Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 81. Boom. Boom. Bang 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 bang. I don't know if it's because I'm careless or because I don't care. Dressrosa showed no reaction to the Trifari flying the Noxian flag. After the Quifeli sailed into the port with great swagger and parked sideways in front of the pier. The cannons on the starboard side of the Trifeli roared with cold light. Cannonballs with a crackling sound hit the port of Dressrosa like raindrops. At Dressrosa port, those people who had no time to react were instantly enveloped by a violent explosion. As the roar of these artillery guns pierced the sky, the prelude to the war slowly began. The first person to arrive at Dressrosa town will be awarded a first-class cotter and be rewarded with 10 million belly. The first person to enter the palace will be awarded a first-level cotter and be rewarded with 10 million belly. Anyone who kills 100 people will be awarded a first-level cotter and be rewarded with 10 million belly. Anyone who captures King Dressrosa alive will be awarded a third-level cotter and a reward of 100 million belly. Noxus, attack! Under the cannonballs flying in the sky, Bullet was the first to walk towards the gangway. His whole body was covered with golden hair, and he roared loudly the instructions given to him by Leylin. Interest is always the source of human inner desires. Born in an ancient country that believed in the emperor taking turns, Leylin knew how important these things were to morale. Perhaps these West Blue Mafia members are not very powerful. But they will be the seeds of Noxus expansion. They will convey the spirit of Noxus to every corner of Noxus. Compared with slogans, real benefits can make people crazy. Roar. Kill. The Noxian military merit system formulated by Leylin is extremely strict. Under the 9-level cotter system, these people under Noxus are undoubtedly eager to gain status and rights. Compared with death, they went completely crazy in the hope of getting ahead. All the West Blue crew members behind Bullet burst into extremely crazy atmosphere. They long for military glory. They are eager to get ahead. They also aspire to one day become a big shot below one person and above 10,000 people. No one is born willing to be an ox or a horse. In this chaotic world, Leylin, a man known as the Evil Party, brings a glimmer of hope to these people who are also known as evil people. A glimmer of hope that can change your destiny. Driven by this hope, led by Mihawk and others. These ordinary Noxian sailors, whose eyes began to turn scarlet, began to cross the Bullet and charged towards Dressrosa. There is no need for Leylin to lie to them, and they also believe that Leylin will not lie to them. Therefore, despite knowing that they might die, these gangsters who were once despised in West Blue still risked their lives and launched a charge. Everything, just for that slim hope of getting ahead. They are more afraid of not having any hope than death. After more than 2,000 crazy Noxian sailors rushed into Dressrosa's port, shouts of death began to ring through the sky. The killings also began to spread in Dressrosa. A group of people who have gone crazy are really scary. Porisalino walked slowly to Bullet's side with his pockets in his pocket. Looking at the madman in the distance who had a morale that far exceeded any army he had ever seen, Porisalino murmured in a playful tone. Porisalino was not connoted, but he was really surprised by the morale of these people. These ordinary people he looked down upon had a morale that surpassed that of most Marines. Compared to Marine who keeps shouting for justice, these villains from West Blue are even more crazy and thorough. This will be a massacre. It's time for us to start. After hearing Porisalino's murmur, Bullet's eyes became excited, and he said in a deep voice with a sinister smile. Then Bullet bent his legs and took off like a cannonball, leaping into the depths of Dressrosa. Bullet, who grew up on the battlefield, understands the importance of morale better than Porisalino. These completely crazy ordinary crew members make Bullet very satisfied. Ah! Really full of energy. Bullet. Looking at Bullet who couldn't wait to start taking action, Porisalino murmured with a chuckle. But after all, Porisalino's body also began to emit golden light. Although Porisalino is usually a big BD, he can distinguish when to exert force and when to fish. Dressrosa's importance to Noxus is unquestionable. Whether strategically or practically, Dressrosa leaves no room for surprise. Therefore, Porisalino, who knew this, knew exactly what he wanted to do. Porisalino knew very well that Leylin would tolerate him fishing at ordinary times, but he would never tolerate him fishing at critical moments. After entering the elemental form, Porisalino soared into the sky with a golden tail. The battle-made group, wearing maid uniforms and armed with various cameras, phones, bugs and weapons, walked down the ramp under the leadership of Jun. The maid group formed by Leylin is not just a bunch of flower vases. Combat and beauty are the basic requirements for Leylin to establish a maid group. After taking a deep look at the port where the bloody battle began, Jun led the maid group and began to advance towards Dressrosa without saying a word. Please give me flowers. The mission of the Maid Corps is not to fight. The mission of the Maid Corps is to record military achievements and to recruit and appease civilians. Although war is cruel, what Jun can do is to reduce casualties as much as possible. Jun is righteous in his heart, but he knows his priorities clearly. Any reform is accompanied by bloodshed and sacrifice. If Leylin wants to change the world, then naturally the path will be filled with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Jun has long been aware of this. Crocus, take the medical team with you and remember to go in and rescue people later. These people will be the backbone of Noxus in the future, and everyone can be saved. On the wide deck, Leylin stood on the bow corner of the ship, looking at the chaotic scene in the port where the shouts of murder were loud, and he smiled and ordered Crocus behind him word by word. Leylin knew that many people would die, but in Leylin's opinion, these crew members who came with Leylin from West Blue were still very useful. 0. These people who survived the battlefield this time will become the backbone of Noxus' future expansion. They will bring the will of Noxus, and Noxus will build a fleet that is firm enough. And this is also the first and most important step. If it weren't for you, they wouldn't be dead. Crocus, with complicated eyes, looked at Leylin's back and said in a deep voice. As a doctor, Crocus is not said to be a benevolent doctor, but he is still kind. Although he also knew how terrifying Leylin's ambition was, he also knew very well how many people would die today. Therefore, with a complicated heart, he had a somewhat unkind tone toward Leylin. He. Even without me, they would probably die in a dark corner of West Blue. It was me who brought them out of West Blue. It's me who gives them hope to fight for themselves. Crocus. Any reform will be accompanied by blood and death. Many people may die today, but as long as this sick world can be changed, as long as we can win the final victory, then all these sacrifices are worth it. Many people may die today, but this is just the beginning. New world is also the beginning. After hearing Crocus's unkind words, Leylin, who didn't care, chuckled and said, "What Crocus thinks is unimportant. Crocus' words can't affect Leylin. No matter what Crocus thinks, as long as he can do things for Noxus, it doesn't matter. Today's sacrifice is for tomorrow's future." Leylin's heart is extremely firm from beginning to end. Without sacrifice, how can there be victory? B. Chapter 82. Tear. In the port where stumps and broken arms can be seen everywhere, my hawk, holding a long knife, cut off Dressrosa's soldiers one after another with cold eyes. Although my hawk continued to slaughter these ordinary soldiers as if he was in no man's land. But there are too many enemies around. In front of Dressrosa, whose strength is more than 10 times that of Noxus, the people killed by the now young Mihawk are undoubtedly a drop in the bucket. Although Mihawk continued to kill the soldiers around him, the ordinary crew members behind him were also rapidly depleted due to the huge disparity in numbers. After being caught off guard at the beginning, with the support of soldiers pouring out of Dressrosa seemingly endlessly, the situation at the port began to fall into a stalemate, and there were even faint signs of being pushed back. These crew members of Leylin are just the gangsters of West Blue. Although relying on their fierceness, they burst out with unprecedented power. But after all, Dressrosa is now a complete 940 country. Even if the high-end combat power is not as good as Noxus, the basic combat power is much stronger than the current Noxus. After countless Dressrosa's soldiers poured into the battlefield, my hawk, who was walking at the front, began to be faintly surrounded by Dressrosa's troops. Wow! Just when the situation fell into a stalemate, it was even unfavorable to Noxus. A tall figure of more than 80 meters fell among Dressrosa's army. After the giant beast, whose legs and main body parts were covered with armament haki, landed. This giant beast with horns on its head, covered with golden fur, and with the Noxian symbol on its back, raised its sharp claws and began to slaughter Dressrosa's army without saying a word. Brother Bullet is here. Oh! Here comes Golden Behemoth. Laozi must be the first to rush in. Looking at the tall body of more than 80 meters, the Noxian crew burst into excited roars. After Bullet, Noxus' second in command, was put to death, the morale of the crew rose again when they saw Bullet, who was as invincible as a demon. A general is the courage of a soldier. Under the leadership of an admiral who possesses the courage of all men, the momentum will not be the same as under the leadership of a coward. The appearance of Bullet pushed the Noxian crew's hope of victory to ultimate. With big cotters like Bullet here, how could they lose? And it is precisely driven by this kind of self-confidence and confidence that an army will burst out with ultimate morale. Only by having full confidence in winning can you win. Chop 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 chop. When all the crew members' morale reached a new high after the Bullet appeared, they began to follow the Bullet into the interior of Dressrosa. Like a bomber, Porosalino passed through the sky. The golden light Madara that filled the sky, as it passed through Porosalino, fell like rain to the Dressrosa army on the ground. Bang 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 bang. Before these Dressrosa soldiers could react, countless light Madaras fell, and a violent explosion occurred among Dressrosa's troops. The ground began to tremble violently, and fire and explosions bloomed in Dressrosa's army, creating a sea of fire that went straight into Dressrosa's interior. Oh! Kill! Go to hell! Trash! Daihatsu Kamui's Porosalino made the morale of ordinary Noxian crew members skyrocket again. Driven by victory, glory, profit, and status, these crew members went completely crazy. Holding various weapons, they followed Bullet and strode into Dressrosa. Let's go! When the Noxian crew began to advance into Dressrosa, my hawk, who was still running forward with Bullet with a knife in the crowd, suddenly heard the sound of a crow behind him. Before my hawk could react, black coal suddenly rose from the solace of my hawk's feet. And Big Bear's big hand has already slapped my hawk. My hawk, who didn't expect the crow and the bear to attack him, was slapped inside Dressrosa by the bear. My hawk, you should be able to board first. Then it's you next, Brother Beckman. Brother Big Bear, please hurry up later. I'm going to kill someone first. If there are enough people, you should be able to get into the position of cotter. After my hawk disappeared, he looked at Beckman's crow while running, smiled, and said, Crow, my hawk, Big Bear, and Beckman, the main characters in the original work, are still trainee crew members. Therefore, after hearing Bullet's inspiring words, Crow, a guy with a lively mind, started thinking about the rewards Bullet mentioned. Although they are still trainee crew members, they don't want to be trainee crew members for the rest of their lives. They also don't want to be stepped on by others. So, Crow picked up Big Bear, the boring gourd, and Beckman. As for why he didn't take Moria with him, it was because people like Crow no longer wanted to take him to play with him. Bullet said there were 3 rewards in total. Crow, whose maneuverability was not as fast as the others, gave the rewards directly to Beckman, my hawk, and Big Bear. In Crow's view, he will be able to rise to the top sooner or later. Rather than letting others go up, the 3 Beckmans went up to make him feel more comfortable. After all, if someone like Moria takes over, Crow will feel uncomfortable. Bang! Just when Crow had finished arranging his own affairs, he was about to kill people and get military honors. After looking at Beckman, the bear slapped the crow on the back, and then the crow disappeared on the spot. Hee hee. How can I let you make your own arrangements? Big Bear Brothers. Bang. Just when Beckman, who was covered in electric arcs, smiled and wanted to say something after watching the crow disappear. A late but arriving slap appeared behind Beckman. Then Beckman, with the smile frozen on his face, disappeared. How could this Yang, a gentleman who is not good at words, accept his companion's sacrifice of their own merits? Dakshang has left the opportunity to rise to the top to these few partners who are sincerely devoted to him. Big Bear, who sent the 3 Beckmans away, did not bring back the gloves. The Big Bear held a Noxus compendium tightly in his right hand and cast his gaze behind Moria, who was fighting in the crowd. Looking at the Big Bear on Moria's back, his eyes were colder than ever. For the young bear who has not become a revolutionary army, a Shishibukai, or a robot, Leylin is undoubtedly a man who can change the world. As King Sobel, Big Bear knows very well how bad the world is. Compared to my hawk and others, Dakshang is undoubtedly a person with more 2.5 ideas. It is also for this reason that Big Bear regards Leylin, who wrote the Noxus outline, as a person who can change the world in the future. Compared to this BD world, the will and system of Noxus are undoubtedly more free and fair. Therefore, Leylin became what Big Bear believed was the savior who could save and change the world. In other words, Leylin is the Joey boy in Big Bear's heart right now. The reason why Big Bear is hostile to Moria is because Moria is a traitor in his opinion. A traitor who will definitely betray Noxus in the future. He wants to kill Moria while he can. Boom. Just when Big Bear's eyes became colder and colder, he was about to take a black shot at Moria. The first Mihawk to fly out past Bullet's tall body, and was the first to land in the middle of the empty town of Dressrosa. Dressrosa first appears. He's the confused Dracula Mihawk. Chapter 83. The highest point of Dressrosa, King's Heights, Dressrosa Palace. Bang. Boom. Following 2 loud noises, 2 tall figures appeared in front of the empty Dressrosa Palace. The Crow and Beckman who landed in front of the Dressrosa Palace were stunned for a moment when they looked at the surrounding scene, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Fortunately, they were plotting against others. They were plotted against by the harmless, taciturn bear. Call. It seems that there is no one here anymore. Have they all gone to the front? And you said you had escaped. After smiling helplessly, Beckman looked at the empty palace in front of him, his eyes gradually became sharper, and he spoke with a smile every word. Although it was not of his own free will, since they were all here, how could they waste Big Bear's kindness? The place in front of them should be Dressrosa's palace, they want to take it down. Otherwise, how can we be worthy of the sacrifice made by Big Bear? Have no idea. But if you go in and take a look, you'll be there. Looking at the empty palace, even the door was open, the brave Crow, who was an expert in art, made a serious proposal. Crow and Beckman are both Logia users. Even if there is an ambush inside, one of them can turn into lightning and escape, and the other can blend into the ground, so what are they afraid of? Then let's go. Hearing Crow's suggestion, Beckman nodded and agreed directly. He can't live up to Big Bear's expectations. He and Crow will definitely capture the king of Dressrosa, end this war, and declare Noxus victory. The brave Beckman and Crow, who are skilled in art, walked directly into the empty palace. Whether there was an ambush or not, Beckman and Crow didn't know. But when they walked into the palace from the palace gate, they did not see anyone. It seems that the royal family of this country has all fled. Really, a bunch of trash. After walking into the largest palace in the palace and seeing the empty scene in front of him, Crow said in a low voice with disdain. Crow, who has not yet become the Revolutionary Army or commander of the Revolutionary Army, is still very young and not so taciturn. The crows who hate those kings, like the big bear, very much recognize the system and will of Noxus. That's why the crow laughed so disdainfully after seeing the Dressrosa royal family who oiled their soles whenever something happened. Unlike the crow, Beckman, who felt something, looked indifferently towards the back of the hall where the throne was held. Although Beckman had only obtained the thunder fruit not long ago, Beckman, who had received bullets in humane training for a year, was now as good as Sabo from Tokushima. Therefore, thunder fruit has also been developed to a certain extent by Beckman. Even if Beckman's vision has not reached Enel's level, it can directly cover an island. But with the support of thunder fruit, Beckman's knowledge is still very strong. You are not allowed to say that about us. Bad guy. Just as Crow finished speaking, Beckman looked at the throne. A childish angry voice sounded from behind the throne. Then a little girl who looked about 6 or 7 years old, wearing a pink princess dress and pink hair, rushed out from behind the throne. And the appearance of this little girl had a chain reaction. A woman holding a baby with a somewhat frightened face, and a group of soldiers in armor ran out from behind the throne. The woman holding the baby ran to the little girl's side and grabbed the little girl with a fearful look on her face. When the woman grabbed the little girl, the group of guards who looked like they were facing a formidable enemy immediately formed a protective circle around the three of them. Ha 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 ha! It looks like we won't get nothing. Looking at the group of people who suddenly appeared in front of him, Crow, who originally looked disdainful, smiled and spoke every word with a smile. Crow originally thought their efforts were in vain, but now it looked different. These should be the royal family of Dressrosa. It seems that the king of Dressrosa has gone to the front. Really, I have somewhat let down Big Bear's good intentions. Beckman, who seemed not to take the guards in front of him seriously, calmly analyzed them and said helplessly. The Big Bear sent them here so that they could catch the king of Dressrosa before everyone else. But now it seems that this plan is undoubtedly unworkable. Although I don't know if there will be other rewards for catching these people, they have undoubtedly failed Big Bear's good intentions. All favors are owed. So be it. Rather than working in vain, at least we didn't get nothing, right? I hope that my hawk guy can be caught. Otherwise, we will suffer a big loss. After hearing Beckman's analysis, Crow, who was not too disappointed, smiled and spoke softly. Now that the matter has come to this, there is no point in complaining. Catching these people in front of you is at least much better than trying in vain. Now they can only hope that my hawk, who joins Dressrosa earlier than anyone else, can hit the big fish of Dressrosa's king. Otherwise, after doing so much, they would be at a huge loss. Then let's start with them. Although I feel like you won't surrender, there are still necessary procedures. We are Noxus, please put down your weapons and surrender now. Of course, you can refuse, this is your freedom. Looking at the crow who was about to take action, Beckman, who lit a cigarette, also walked towards these people in the hall step by step. As he walked, Beckman asked the guards in a gentlemanly manner, who were facing an enemy. Beckman, you are quite a nice person. Also know to ask others about their wishes. If this is replaced by bullet, all of these must die. However, this seems to be a multiple choice question, but it is actually a multiple choice question. The violent electric arc and the red coal began to beat on the bodies of Beckman and Crow. Pirates! Wow! When the leading guard opened his mouth with an ugly face and was about to say something, the violent electric arc instantly flooded the entire 493 halls. If I let you choose, do you really dare to choose? Who gave you the courage? On the other side, Dressrosa Town Center. With a long knife hanging on his waist, my hawk was walking on the empty Dressrosa street, constantly looking for people. My hawk, who came here as a pioneer of Dressrosa in Noxus, wanted to go to the King's Highlands. Although my hawk is not a roadie, it is his first time on the island. Apart from knowing that Dressrosa's palace is in King's Heights, my hawk doesn't know the route. That's why my hawk wants to find a guide. But unfortunately, after Noxus launched the attack, everyone either ran back to the room or went to hide somewhere else. My hawk searched for a while on the empty street, but couldn't see anyone. My hawk's brain circuit is also different from that of normal people. My hawk who can't find anyone has already begun to demolish him. If there is no one in a house, chop it to pieces. My hawk couldn't believe that there could be no living person in such a big street. After searching unsuccessfully, my hawk chopped up a 3-story building and was about to randomly pick a house again on the street. A man wearing a blue cape and dressed like a gladiator appeared menacingly on the street surrounded by a group of people. How to get to King's Heights? Seeing someone appear, my hawk walked over without thinking, holding the knife. And my hawk, who didn't regard himself as an outsider at all, asked directly. Chapter 84. Dressrosa, beneath the King's Heights. With the power of monsters such as Bullet, Dressrosa's war has no suspense. After suffering dozens of casualties, Noxus captured all of Dressrosa. After Noxus captured Dressrosa, whether it was the civilians of Dressrosa, the princes and nobles of Dressrosa, or even the small humans on Dressrosa, all the people were driven and gathered under the King's Heights. The King's Heights, which originally carried the banner of King Dressrosa, has now been hoisted with the banner of Noxus. Hundreds of thousands of civilians, nobles, and small humans in Dressrosa looked up in horror, and under the fanatical gaze of the Noxian members who guarded these hundreds of thousands of people and held weapons. Leylin, wearing a black trench coat, blue shirt, riding boots, and carrying a giant axe, walked to the high platform in front of the crowd. On this temporary high platform, there is a throne of Dressrosa. The king of Dressrosa, Ricodold III, and all members of the royal family of Dressrosa were kneeling under the high platform. The tall Bullet and Porosalino stood on the left and right behind the throne on the high platform. Jun, Kurik and other Noxian cotters stood under the high platform. The 4 Mihawks, who had shined brightly in this short war, and Moria, who was wrapped in bandages, also appeared among the crowd under the high platform. The big bear sneak attacked Moria, but did not kill Moria with one hit. Under the suppression of Jun who arrived behind, the big bear failed to kill Moria. Because of this, Big Bear was wearing sea stone handcuffs at this time. That is because Noxus has just occupied Dressrosa, so the matter of the Big Bear has not yet been mentioned. Compared to what happened to Dressrosa, what happened to Big Bear was insignificant. I heard that you captured the king of Dressrosa when you were lost. Crow, who was standing under the high platform, looked at Ricodold III, who was kneeling on the ground with a gloomy expression and his hands missing, and secretly asked my hawk. At this time, Crow's face no longer had the same smile as when he was at Dressrosa Palace just now. Crow was asking my hawk very seriously. Because this is a matter of life and death for Big Bear. The Big Bear who attacked his companions undoubtedly violated the iron rules on the ship. If nothing is done, Big Bear will die when things here are over. Coupled with your meritorious service, I should be able to save a life. After the crow spoke, my hawk understood what the crow meant almost instantly. My hawk said after looking at the Big Bear standing behind Jun who was wearing sea stone handcuffs and leg shackles. Although my hawk is a little colder by nature, for De Xiong, one of the few men he can recognize, my hawk doesn't want him to die in such a miserable way. Do not talk. Mr. Crook, I've already looked over. Just when the crow knew that my hawk knew what he meant, he still wanted to say something. Beckman, who was standing aside, interrupted their whispers with a deep voice. Because Kuruk, who was standing with Jun, was already looking at them with evil eyes. After hearing Beckman's words, Crow and my hawk also fell silent. They don't want to be caught out and become a typical example at this time. When Crow and my hawk fell silent, Leylin also walked to the throne on the high platform. Leylin, who was watched by hundreds of thousands of people, slowly sat on the huge throne under everyone's gaze. The pitch-black battle axe was also placed on the right side of the throne by Leylin. The battle axe leaning on the right side of the throne also symbolizes Leylin's fighting heart that has not yet stopped. Dressrosa is just a small country in the New World. Dressrosa is just the starting point of the road to conquest of Noxus. Leylin will not be bound by the so-called throne. I am the leader of Noxus, my name is Leylin. Maybe, some of you know me. Maybe, some of you don't know me yet. However, these no longer matter. These are some inconsequential things that are important. Now, at this moment. Me, Leylin. Just announcing something to you. That means starting today, Dressrosa will cease to exist. Starting today, the island of Dressrosa will be ruled by Noxus. And you, starting from today, will also be the subjects of Noxus. Sitting on the soft throne, with his hands on both sides of the throne, Leylin in front of the king looked down at the thousands of Dressrosa civilians below, and calmly announced every word. The result of Dressrosa. Conquering Dressrosa, a country that was not very big in terms of area or population, was not enough to excite Leylin. But Leylin's calm words set off a storm among the crowd below. Although after arriving here, seeing the changes in the flags on the king's heights, and seeing Rico Dold III and other members of the royal family kneeling under the high platform, everyone had already guessed the outcome. But guessing the result is completely different from actually facing the result. Facing the noisy and restless crowd below, Leylin's expression did not change at all. He is not Doflamingo, Leylin does not need to rely on conspiracy to plan a country. Leylin, who had defeated Dressrosa openly, did not need to care about these people who could not accept it and were a little agitated. Looking at the endless sea of people below, Leylin slowly raised his right hand. Bang! After Leylin raised his right hand, a harsh gunshot resounded throughout the sky. The originally agitated crowd fell into silence again after the sound of gunshots. Violence is always the fastest way to shut up the other person. After the gunshot sounded, those present seemed to remember the current situation. They don't have the right to choose, because even the king's army of Rico Dold III failed, so what right do they have to choose? Compared with the change of royal power, the most important thing to them is the next life. In the chaotic new world, people accept this kind of thing much faster than in the first half. BSH. Wow! After everyone was quiet again, Bullet, standing on the right side of Leylin, lit the royal flag of the Rico clan under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of people. The crowd who saw this scene did not start an uproar again. Looking at the burning royal flag, their eyes were full of fear for the future and the unknown fate. People are selfish, and they care more about their fate than they care about Dressrosa's royal family. Unlike these civilians, Rico Dold III and everyone in the Rico royal family turned pale after seeing the royal flag being lit. Despair and powerlessness began to spread among the Wanshi clan. Compared to those common people, members of the royal family may end up in a more miserable situation. No need to panic, no need to be afraid. The kings use hereditary authority and false reputation to force you to kneel down. But Noxus wants you to stand up and be reborn in glory. No matter what your status is, whether you are a human or a villain, whether you are a commoner or a slave. From today on, you will all be citizens of Noxus. As long as you have strength and value. As long as you are loyal to Noxus, Wang Zhao. Noxus will give everyone freedom and wealth. From now on, you don't need to fear the slavery and torture of nobles. You don't need to be afraid of pirate attacks. You don't have to be afraid that your life will be destroyed at any time. You no longer need to be afraid of injustice and restraint. The glory of Noxus will give everyone freedom and wealth. The banner of Noxus will protect all the people of Noxus. The troops of Noxus will defend justice and freedom. After the royal flag of the Rico clan was burned out, the tall Leylin slowly stood up from the throne. Lifting the giant axe in front of everyone, Leylin directly smashed the throne that represented the royal power that had ruled Dressrosa for hundreds of years. After smashing the throne that represented royal power, Leylin stood on the high platform, raised the giant axe in his hand, and delivered an impassioned speech with great power. The will of Noxus will also begin to descend on this sea at this moment. The rise of Noxus will also begin with these hundreds of thousands of people in front of them. From today on, the flag of Noxus will fly over the sea of chaos called the New World. Chapter 85. Like. Chapter 86. Subscribe. Chapter 87. And share. Chapter 88. A black villa was bulldozed and rebuilt on King's Heights. Below the flagpole flying the Noxus flag, there is a piece of marble ground. Leylin and a group of Noxian cotters were sitting on the sofa on the ground. Riku III and a group of royals knelt on the ground next to a group of Noxus members. Leylin's group, who are arranging an organization to stabilize the situation in Noxus, have not yet begun to deal with the royal family of Dressrosa. Mr. Yuan first, we have already calculated the numbers in front of us. Dressrosa currently has a total of 149,200 people, including 36,000 small humans, 6,301 slaves, and 4,823 arena criminals. Among them, there are a total of 69,700 elderly people over 60 and children under 10 years old. Among them were 43,150 children. In addition to the elderly and children, there are still 79,500 young and healthy laborers aged over 10 and under 60. Among them, 39,366 are women and 40,134 are men. According to your requirements, the 149,200 people have been classified into 19 occupations and more than 80 minor occupations according to their occupations. Among them, the number of farmers is 98,973. The tall Beckman, holding a thick stack of documents, stood in front of Leylin and a group of cotters, reporting Dressrosa's situation word for word. Although the hundreds of thousands of people in Dressrosa did not become agitated again under Leylin's speech, it does not mean that Leylin can conquer so many people with just one speech. 057. Rice should be eaten one bite at a time. The situation reported by Beckman was the Dressrosa population data compiled by Noxus after Leylin's speech. Various situations such as the number of people and the number of occupations were clearly counted and presented in front of Leylin. Although there may be some people here who falsely report their occupation out of fear, this data can be regarded as the most realistic Dressrosa data that Leylin can currently obtain. The reason why Beckman calls Leylin head of state is because Leylin now rules an island. Leylin and Noxus have never said that they are pirates or pirates. How could a regular force call itself a pirate? Have you ever seen a king ask his men to call him pirate leader? Noxus is not some BD force. Noxus wants to build a country and conquer all the wastelands to unify the world. The name of the head of state is also to distinguish Noxus from other kingdoms in this world. Noxus, no emperor. After listening to Beckman's clear report word for word, Leylin fell silent and thought. Establishing a country and forming a huge force is not an easy task. Especially since Noxus is still in its initial stage, it will be even more difficult. Violence cannot solve all problems. Spad, the meaning behind the titles of king, head of state, and leader is the word leader who must shoulder all hopes and lead everyone forward. Dressrosa with hundreds of thousands of people is the beginning, but if the foundation is not established at the beginning, it will undoubtedly lay hidden dangers for the future. Now everyone adopts the method of unified residence according to occupation. Bullet, selected 1,200 West Blue crew members, and used these 1,200 crew members as the backbone of all levels to establish the 1st Legion of Noxus. The 1st Army Corps has a combat brigade of 2,000 people. The 1st Noxian Legion, the 1st Brigade, is captained by Raven, the 2nd Brigade is captained by Mihawk, and the 3rd Brigade is captained by Moria. Bullet, Crow, Mihawk, and Moria, the 4 of you supplemented the rest of the 1st Legion from 40,134 young men, and started training immediately. All soldiers selected into the Noxus Legion will receive preferential treatment from their relatives and family members. At this point, the maid group needs to be registered. Secondly, Poro Salino transferred 300 crew members of the Trifali and established the Dressrosa garrison with these crew members as the backbone. The garrison is responsible for maintaining all order on Dressrosa and assisting others in completing various tasks. For the garrison, 2,000 people are enough. I will give you the specific details later. Jun, Dakshang, and Beckman mobilized all remaining crew members of the Trifari, plus everyone in the Maid Corps, to form the Noxian Provisional Government. Rule all the remaining residents of Dressrosa Island, assign different jobs according to different occupations, and achieve the stability of order. The first task of the Provisional Government is to stabilize order on Dressrosa and begin to spread the spirit of Noxus. All residents of Dressrosa are required to study the Noxian Compendium. In addition, the interim government must also implement the requirements for zoning and zoning of residences according to different occupations and families. The various orders in Dressrosa must be stabilized as soon as possible and completely. All citizens of Noxus must establish complete and clear identity files and issue identity certificates. Dressrosa all children under the age of 10, as well as those over 60, are unified by the Noxian Academy organization. Noxus Academy, formed by Kuruk, Kroba, and Orbia. There is only one purpose, and that is to pass on the spirit of Noxus to these people, and to mobilize them to pass it on to others. Aoi, Tom, after the provisional government restored order, you organized your manpower as quickly as possible and began to build various factories such as military factories and food production plants on the island. Remember, farmland and food must be preserved. The above is just a preliminary order and organizational division. The specific documents, divisions, and details will be handed over to you by Rouge later. In addition, all food and materials on Dressrosa are collected into the public warehouses of the provisional government. Noxian citizens, on Dressrosa, no longer trade with Bailey. According to different professions, each organization issues merit points to its personnel. All Noxian citizen transactions on Dressrosa will be carried out by merit points. The specific standards for occupational merit points and the exchange standards for various materials will be handed over to the interim government later and announced by the interim government. All members of Noxus can use Bailey, gold, jewelry, medicine, and devil fruit to exchange for merit points. The specific price list will be announced together. There will be no idle people in Noxus. Everyone will get a job and can obtain different statuses based on their own strength and special talents. Noxus is divided into 12 levels of treatment. Levels 1 to 9 are cotters and enjoy the treatment of cotters. Cotters are distinguished from ordinary citizens. Ordinary citizens must unconditionally respect the orders and identities of cotters until the cotters violate Noxian laws. The 10th level is senior cotters. The power status of senior cotters is higher than that of cotters and ordinary citizens, but lower than that of the highest cotters. Cotters and ordinary citizens must unconditionally respect the orders and identities of cotters until they violate Noxian laws. The 11th level is the highest cotter, and the power and status of the highest cotter will be second only to the head of state. All ordinary citizens, cotters, and high-ranking cotters in Noxus must unconditionally respect the orders and identities of the cotters until the cotters violate Noxian laws. The 12th level is the head of state of Noxus. Only the president of the Noxus Council can be promoted to the head of state. All Noxian cotters at the cotter level and above and their families will enjoy preferential treatment from Noxus. Those who have made meritorious deeds will be honored by Noxus and promoted to positions, and identities. All rights in Noxus will be led by the Noxian Council. The Noxus Council will be composed of myself, Bullet, and Jun. The Senate has absolute leadership over the Noxian Legion and the Noxian government. The Noxian Legion and the Noxian government, as well as all citizens of Noxus, must unconditionally obey the orders of the Council. The head of state of Noxus, who will serve as the Speaker of the Noxian Supreme Council. Leylin, who had been planning for many years, started making arrangements for everyone in Shenzhen. This will also be the first step under the Noxus system of government, and will also be the prototype of the future Noxus Empire. Chapter 89. Gentlemen, everything today is just the beginning. Noxus, we still need your support. All for the rise of Noxus. After arranging the initial division and deployment, Leylin, who was sitting in the main seat, looked around and spoke seriously every word. To build a powerful empire, it is not enough to rely on Leylin alone or a few strong men. If you want to build a strong empire, you must connect the interests of everyone with the interests of the empire. As long as they have strength, Noxus will give everyone freedom and wealth. All for the rise of Noxus. Noxus, high and everlasting. A group of Noxian cotters surrounding the hall stood up, slammed their clenched fists into their chests, lowered their heads and shouted loudly. The Battle of Dressrosa gave Noxus many first and second level low-level cotters. Although most of them are low-level cotters of Noxus, at this time, they are still qualified to participate in this meeting to decide Noxus. Noxus will rise. Looking at the crowd with excited eyes in front of him, Leylin slowly stood up and shouted again. Although many of these people here today will die on the road ahead. But starting from today, the glory of Noxus will surely envelope everyone. The interests of Noxus will also be closely related to everyone from today on. Noxus will rise. Noxus will rise. One after another, fanatical shouts resounded like a tide throughout the sky across the King's Highlands. The Noxian cotters around Leylin, especially the ordinary sailors from West Blue, all had eyes full of fanaticism at this time. In West Blue, they are just gangsters who only deserve to live in the dark. But here, in Noxus, each of them will have a bright future. Although they may die on the road, at least they can see hope for the future. Let's go. Let's build our Noxus. Our brothers and sisters. All the fanatical shouts died down as Leylin raised his fists high and clenched his fists. Leylin opened his hands and shouted orders to everyone with excited eyes. From today on, the interests of Noxus will be closely related to everyone. Oh! Oh! Following Leylin's voice, these Noxian members, whose eyes flashed with ambition and madness, followed Bullet and others out of here with excited shouts. These crew members who came to the New World from West Blue with Leylin will enjoy the benefits of the establishment of Noxus and become the first grassroots cotters of Noxus. They will serve in various positions on Dressrosa, burning their lives and passion for the rise of Noxus. After everyone leaves here with enthusiasm and excitement. In the huge manor, only Leylin and the Liku royal family who were kneeling on the ground were left. At this time when everything was waiting for improvement, in order to build the already barren Dressrosa, Leylin had sent out all the people he could. What should I do with you? The king of Dressrosa, Rikudold III, and the main clan of Dressrosa. After everyone left, Leylin did not sit down to rest. Instead, he turned around and walked to a group of Dressrosa royals including Rikudold III. Looking down at the Dressrosa royal family who were forced to kneel on the ground, Leylin spoke with a smile. It stands to reason that Leylin should kill these former royal families of Dressrosa with one knife, and then use their heads to stabilize the regime of Noxus. But Leylin didn't do that. Because Leylin doesn't need it. The spirit of Noxus is that everyone can join Noxus. As long as they contribute to Noxus, whether they are farmers farming or soldiers risking their lives, they will all be citizens of Noxus and will enjoy the fairness and equality of Noxus. Facing Leylin's words, the Dressrosa royal family behind Rikudold III began to look frightened. Because since ancient times, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. The defeated royal family will end up worse than the common people. Except for Dold III, the powerful king, the others have already begun to fear. Not everyone has the courage to face death. Do you want to challenge world government? You will be destroyed with everyone. Dressrosa will be destroyed by the world government. Facing Leylin's gaze, facing death that could come at any time, Rikudold III not only did not have any fear, but stood up slowly. Even though he had lost his arms, Rikudold III stood in front of Leylin without a trace of fear. Looking into Leylin's eyes, Rika Dold III spoke in a deep voice. As a national affiliate of world government, Dold III is undoubtedly very aware of the power of world government. In his opinion, people like Leylin will lead everyone into death and destruction. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Leylin. Destroy? Ha 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 ha. Don't you think the world is sick? Do the civilians of Dressrosa deserve to suffer poverty and misery? Take a good look at whether I will lead everyone to be destroyed by the world government. Please give me flowers. Live in this world and watch the rise of Noxus with your eyes. Use your eyes to see how Noxus leads everyone to rise. Live in this world and try to see it all. Watch Noxus rise from the flames of war and ascend to the void throne step by step. Rika Dold III. Leylin's laughter interrupted Rika Dold III's words. After laughing, Leylin looked into the eyes of Rika Dold III and spoke loudly with a ferocious smile. If he didn't have the courage to face the world government, why would he take this path? If you don't have the courage to face the world government, why should you take this path? If he doesn't even have this will, wouldn't it be a joke if Leylin is doing these things now? Leylin will not kill Cu Dold III, he will let him watch the rise of Noxus. He wanted Rika Dold III to see clearly the difference between him and Noxus. Pfft! Rika Dold III did not have any reaction to Leylin's confident words. Behind Rika Dold III, there were sounds of tearing. Hearing these voices, Dold III's eyes suddenly shrank. Ah! Ah! Before Rika Dold III could react, two screams that were so frightening to ultimate sounded from behind him. Upon hearing these two screams, Fang Dold III turned around suddenly. Immediately afterwards, Rika Dold III saw a hell-like scene. The spikes protruding from the ground strung up the members of the Rika royal family with frightened expressions. Except for Rika Dold III, the pregnant Princess Dressrosa, and the eldest daughter of King Riku, Scarlet, all the rest of the Rika royal family died. Regardless of whether they were old, weak, women or children, all members of the human library royal family died. Live well. Use your eyes to look at the world. King Liku. Pfft. Before Rika Dold III, whose eyes were filled with fear and anger, suddenly turned around and questioned Leylin, Leylin's harsh voice rang out. Then a sharp rockthorn directly penetrated the neck of Dold III. Although Leylin would not kill Rika Dold III, Leylin did not need someone who could influence the Noxian regime. As a royal family with unique political characteristics, it would be better to die. Once Noxus' interests are tied to everyone, no one will remember them anymore. Just like the Dongquixote family who no one now remembers once ruled Dressrosa. Chapter 90. With Leylin, the head of state, issuing the highest order, Dressrosa began to officially enter the era of Noxus rule. Greenbit, an isolated island north of Dressrosa, became the home of the Noxian First Legion. Bullet and everyone in the First Legion stayed there and started training. The main island of Dressrosa is surrounded by a black wall built by Aoi. This circle of dark special alloy became Dressrosa's wall, and heavy cannons were mounted on the wall. The port of Dressrosa and the coast of Dressrosa were completely taken over by the garrison of Porisalino. The main island of Dressrosa within the wall is also divided into an inner city and an outer city by a circle of walls. The inner city is in front and the outer city is behind. Factories, King's Heights, residential areas, shops, are all within the inner city in front of Dressrosa 860. Farmland, food processing plants, shipyards, and other facilities are all in the outer city. The inner city is divided into a glyph shape by the main roads leading to the wall and connecting the King's Place. Except for the last row of tic-tac-toe, which are the civilian area, King's Heights, and Noxian Cotter area, and the lower left corner of the outermost area is the garrison, the rest are shops, casinos, and other facilities for eating, drinking and playing. That's right, although Dressrosa has not yet restored contact with the outside world, Leylin has already begun preparations. Dressrosa will become a modern city with various functions such as eating, drinking, and entertainment. After all, there is no money that comes faster than the casino. Noxus will be bigger in the future, and Leylin will need more money. Resource. Therefore, Leylin divided these areas in the inner city of Dressrosa. In the future, Dressrosa will focus on safety, entertainment to death, and extravagance, becoming the largest money den in New World. After Noxus began to fully lead Dressrosa, Dressrosa began to enter a stage of rapid construction. This stage lasted for 5 months. Within 5 months, the construction of all facilities on Dressrosa Island was completed in accordance with Leylin's requirements. In the past 5 months, the Noxian 1st Legion has basically completed actual combat training under the training of waves of pirates and marines coming to Dressrosa. However, these 5 months have also made the New World and all the forces in the world know that Noxus has occupied the world government kingdom Dressrosa. However, the strange thing is that neither the world government nor the several big pirates in the New World took any action in this regard. It was as if everyone was waiting for something, and the depressing atmosphere of impending rain was also spreading crazily in the New World. Although everything seems to have fallen into calm, all the forces with names in the New World are beginning to prepare silently. Everyone knows that Leylin, who has just entered the New World, and Kaido, who is recruiting crew members aggressively, will become the fuse that ignites the war in the New World. These two arrogant young people will definitely break the tripartite situation of Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and Charlotte Leylin in front of New World. A war that will sweep the entire New World is about to begin. The war between the new king and the old king will surely affect the entire New World. Because of this, Dressrosa and Noxus spent an extremely peaceful 5 months. However, all the peace was broken because of a group of people who landed on Dressrosa. Dressrosa, King's Heights. Leylin. Long time no see. Under the warm sunshine, Roger, who was wearing a red captain's coat, was led by a maid in a maid uniform and entered the King's Heights. When Roger, with Ace on his waist, saw Leylin standing on the lawn with a group of people waiting for him, Roger, with his signature smile on his face, shouted enthusiastically to Leylin. "Roger, he's not dead yet." Looking at Roger, who looked normal, Leylin, standing in front of Bullet and others, greeted Roger with a sinister smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground beneath Leylin's feet suddenly cracked. Then Leylin, holding a giant axe, pounced on Roger like a tiger. He and Roger didn't have a deep friendship. Roger's power excited Leylin more than Roger himself. "Thank you for taking care of me, Leylin." Seeing Leylin rushing towards him, Roger, who refused to advance but retreated, pulled out Ace and rushed towards the snow forest with a smile. "This is how a strong person greets you." Bang! The Black Cutter and the Supreme Fast Knife Ace, created by the historical text, collided again after 2 years. Compared to 2 years ago, Leylin's collision with Roger was even more terrifying. Circles of strong wind visible to the naked eye blew outward circles on the green lawn. "You are full of decay. Roger, you are even weaker." Leylin grabbed hold of the giant axe and pressed Roger down. Feeling the power coming from the giant axe, Leylin's eyes widened and he spoke in a deep voice. Although there is no unnecessary expression on Leylin's face now, Leylin's heart is full of complexity. He told Roger, but now it seems that Roger still hasn't skipped it. "Ha ha ha ha. Yes. You are stronger. You and your partner are stronger." When faced with Leylin's words, Roger not only didn't get angry, but directly agreed with Leylin's statement. Roger himself knows his own body. Although Roger underwent surgery, Roger's body began to decline as a result. The heroic Roger didn't care at all about his physical condition or what Leylin said later. Because in Roger's opinion, this is the truth. Although Roger was terminally ill, Roger's courage did not change. What is, there is nothing to be ashamed of admitting. Hearing that Roger was no different from 2 years ago, he was confident, heroic, and optimistic. Leylin's eyes narrowed slightly, and he suddenly withdrew his giant axe. Wow! After losing Leylin's 2.9 blocks, Roger's ace plowed a huge crack in the grass. Roger, with a smile on his face, looked at Leylin helplessly. You are too weak, so weak that I have lost interest in fighting. Jun, hold a banquet to welcome these guys. Facing Roger's helpless look, Leylin slammed the giant axe into the ground at any time, turned around and spoke to Jun behind him. With Leylin's courage, Leylin would not accept defeating Roger like this. Leylin would rather die in the hands of Roger than defeat Roger when Roger is in poor health. A strong person must still have the bottom line and courage of a strong person. Chapter 91. Night falls over Dressrosa. Dressrosa's wide, brightly lit streets are full of Dressrosa civilians who have worked hard for a day. These civilians, who had worked hard all day in Dressrosa, gathered in twos and threes in front of the barbecue restaurants and taverns on both sides. These people in various costumes were drinking wine while discussing what they had seen today. A relaxed and peaceful atmosphere fills the streets and alleys. The occasional appearance of the garrison in black military uniforms on the streets will no longer arouse fear among these ordinary civilians. 5 months have allowed the people of Dressrosa to adapt to the rule of Noxus. Although this kind of life is tiring every day, but full of hope every day, everyone begins to forget about Dressrosa before. Under the rule of Noxus, they no longer have to worry about princes and nobles, and they no longer have to worry about the threat of pirates. When they walk on the street, they no longer have to be afraid that the big and powerful patrols will arrest civilians like them. Under the rule of Noxus, all civilians can have their own jobs. Everyone can also have a position where they can realize their own value, and their income will not be withheld. All children in Dressrosa can enjoy a Noxian education. Under the rule of Noxus, they no longer have the distinction between civilians and nobles. Under the rule of Noxus, no one is distinguished by blood. Everyone can rely on their own diligence and efforts to exchange for a higher and better life. People will not be afraid if they have never seen the light. But when ordinary civilians are illuminated by the light called equality, no one will want to live a life where life is determined by blood. All people are created equal. Human value will be linked to a person's character, ability, and efforts. No matter what position you hold, as long as you contribute to Noxus, you will be a hero of Noxus. As long as you have the ability, Noxus will give you the corresponding status. These 4 sentences have been spread throughout Jun to everyone in Dressrosa within these 5 months. Whether it's soldiers in the Noxian Legion, or others working on Dressrosa. Everyone in Dressrosa enjoys Noxian fairness and equality. Everyone at Dressrosa has also gained hope that is extremely precious in this troubled world. Noxus, where there is no distinction between nobles and commoners, is an alien in this world and a pioneer in this world. Everyone in Dressrosa knows that everything they enjoy is brought to them by Noxus and brought to them by their head of state, Leylin. Only Noxus can prevent them from being at the bottom because of their blood. Only Noxus can give them the same equality as those nobles who once stood high. Only Noxus can give them equality as human beings. 1,000 people, 1,000 hamlets. Noxus under the rule of Leylin is the one and only pioneer in this sick world. To the nobility, Leylin's Noxus was a scourge. But for those low-level civilians, Leylin's Noxus gave everyone hope to get ahead. And this is what makes all civilians crazy. Dressrosa, King's Heights. Bang. Drink. Really, drink. Do it quickly. Oh. Brother Bullet is mighty. Beside the huge bonfire, people were holding various kinds of food. They were all laughing and shouting as they looked at Rayleigh and Bullet, who were drinking with 2 barrels of wine beside the bonfire. Here, there seems to be no difference between the Roger pirates and Noxus. Everyone is enjoying the banquet here. Tons, tons, tons. Beep beep beep. Amid the instigation and shouting of countless people, Bullet, who was standing opposite Rayleigh with a wine barrel, opened the lid of the barrel and started drinking. Seeing how fierce Bullet was, Rayleigh, not to be outdone, also broke the block. And this also made everyone watching at the scene even more excited. Cheers, cheers, and the clinking of wine glasses mingled together and resounded throughout the night sky. I heard that you declared war with that guy Shiki. Roger, who was sitting in the middle of the crowd, looked at Rayleigh, who was having a drink with Bullet, and asked softly with a smile. I am an old acquaintance with Golden Lion. Without him and Roger participating in the war, Garp might not have been able to win the rocks. In other words, Roger was one of the culprits in the downfall of Rock's pirate. Regarding the war between Leylin and Shiki, Roger was actually not surprised. Whether it's the Golden Lion or Leylin's group, they are all ambitious men in Roger's opinion. Therefore, Roger was not too surprised that the two would fight. Roger is concerned about Leylin and when he is going to fight the Golden Lion. Compared to Newgate, Roger believed that Golden Lion was his biggest rival on the final voyage. Of course, Roger's intention was not to join forces with Leylin to bring down the Golden Lion. Not to mention that Roger himself wouldn't do this, even Fulin, a man with such courage, wouldn't join forces with Roger. Instead, Roger wanted to take advantage of this moment to sneak through Golden Lion's territory and find the historical text collected by Golden Lion. Just like he is now planning to steal Charlotte Linland's historical text. Roger's current body cannot move his hands too many times. 337 Defeat the Golden Lion, the territory of the Golden Lion under the bud. Regarding Roger's inquiry, Leylin had nothing to hide and responded openly and directly. And Leylin also stated his strategic purpose for Golden Lion. Between forces, a few verbal conflicts sometimes don't mean anything. If the Golden Lion is important enough, Leylin may not have a conflict with him. But if the importance of Golden Lion is not as high as his value, then Fulin will take action against Golden Lion even if there is no verbal conflict. Kahahahaha. You are really as confident as ever. It's such a pity that I won't be able to see the day when you declare war on the world government. Seeing the young man next to him with an increasingly terrifying aura and full of confidence in his words, Roger chuckled and sighed. Roger's understatement and smiling words made Jun, Rouge, Porisalino, and others next to Leylin look over. The way they looked at Roger was a little strange. This is not just talk. That's right, Roger, who has the ability to hear the sounds of all things, can't see Leylin's heart, but he can hear the sounds around him. The Noxian flag flying in the night sky, the surrounding ground and high walls, and Leylin's Trifali docked in the harbor were all telling Roger about Leylin's ambitions. Chapter 92. Listen to the voice of all things? It is indeed an incredible ability. If you can't see it, then listen to them. Regardless, I succeed or not. My name, our name, will surely resound throughout the sky. Those losers, those filthy garbage, will be sent to their graves by Noxus. Just go ask them. Regarding what Roger said, Leylin's expression did not change at all. Leylin looked at the bonfire and sighed with emotion at Roger's ability. Leylin admitted Roger's question in disguise. He will go to war with the world government in the future. This is nothing to be ashamed of admitting. Kahahahaha. Hearing Leylin's direct admission, Roger laughed. Roger laughed loudly, and Roger's smile was also full of meaningful meaning. No one knows that Roger's smile is laughing at this era and this world. Still laughing at Leylin's arrogance, or feeling sorry for meeting someone like Leylin at the end of his life. No one knows the meaning behind Roger's smile. No one knows why Roger laughs, and no one knows what Roger is thinking in his heart. He is Roger Gold Roger. Amidst Roger's laughter, the banquet reached its climax. Both the Roger pirates and Noxus are enjoying this rare moment of leisure and entertainment. This banquet also lasted until the next morning. The drunken pirates and the Noxian officials were lying on the ground in a mess. In the entire venue, only Leylin, Bullet, Porisalino and other Noxian cotters were left awake. Do you just trust us that much? Or do you have enough reliance on your own strength? They are really a group of guys who are incomprehensible. Porisalino, who was standing behind Leylin, looked at the pirates lying in a mess on the ground, curled his lips and muttered. Porisalino doesn't understand the Roger pirates at all. Porisalino didn't know why the Roger pirates believed in them so much after meeting them twice. Are you really not afraid that they will kill them? Those hundreds of millions or billions of people each have heads, but they have no idea that they are wanted. Roger and his gang believed that Leylin and others were not that mean, so they trusted Leylin and others and dared to get drunk in front of Leylin and others. Trust is something that is unexpected sometimes. Trust sometimes does not require the accumulation of time. Trust is so pure sometimes. Führer, someone is coming. Enemy attack. Just when Bullet heard Porisalino's words, he wanted to say something suitable. Beckman's expression suddenly changed, and his face became ugly. As a Thunder Fruit user, with the blessing of Thunder Fruit, Beckman's range of knowledge has far exceeded that of everyone else. Beckman, who became the Noxian humanoid radar, felt a powerful and fast aura coming towards them. Wow! Stab! The moment Beckman's voice sounded, Bullet and others immediately entered a fighting state without thinking. Bullet's body began to swell, and the thick armor color and Conqueror's haki began to cover Bullet's golden skin. Porisalino's body glowed with golden light, and Jun pulled out the sharp blade. Armament haki began to appear on Kurak's body, and jet black armor began to appear on Aui's body. My Hawk, Big Bear, Crow and others also entered fighting mode. Based on their trust in Beckman, everyone entered a fighting state because of Beckman's words. Only Leylin's face remained calm at the scene. Is it Kaido? I almost forgot about this BD. Leylin slowly raised his head and saw the huge figure appearing in the sky in the distance. Leylin, who looked grim, spoke in a deep voice. Brother, I'm going to kill him. Bullet, who had grown to 15 meters in height and exuded a terrifying aura, looked at the tall figure in the sky with ugly eyes, and then muttered to Leylin word by word. Bullet is Leylin's most trusted person, and Leylin is also Bullet's most trusted brother. Therefore, Bullet is full of dissatisfaction with Kaido, a BD who dares to ruin Leylin's reputation. Over to you, Bullet. Porisalino, the guy next to that BD, I leave it to you. Don't let the fighting spread to the main island. Looking at the figure getting closer and closer in the sky, Leylin, whose face was not very good looking, directly gave the order. Don't talk about king versus general. It's just Kaido's BD behavior to dare to kill him single-handedly with just one person. Leylin is not in such a good mood to fight. Since he dares to bring only one person here, he will die. He is not the only phantom beast species in this world. Who is he looking down on? Learn. Nu. After hearing Leylin's order, Bullet showed an excited and cruel smile, and Porisalino, who looked like he was forced to work overtime, agreed. With the blessing of the phantom beast species, Bullet, who can draw with Rayleigh at this time in the original work, is more terrifying than the original work, so Bullet is more eager to fight with the strong. Porisalino simply didn't sleep all night. He wanted to catch up on his sleep and didn't want to work overtime. Boom! But regardless of whether they were willing or not, Bullet and Porisalino disappeared at the same time. They will obey Leylin's orders unconditionally. Ah! Is that Kid Kaido here? Have you seen any good show? Oh ho ho ho! I'll give you 10,000 Baileys. That guy Bullet can definitely blow Kaido's head off. I'll beat you with 100,000 Baileys, and I'll defeat Bullet more. Ma Zhao, the moment Bullet and Porisalino took action, Roger and his group, who were originally lying on the ground, all sat up. Seeing the light and after images rushing into the sky, bastards like Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba started trading with great enthusiasm. After seeing Roger and his gang who were lying dead waiting for death a second ago, they were all gathered around in great interest to watch the fun. Jun, Kurak, Mihawk and other Noxian officials all had strange expressions on their faces. Can you please lower your voice? A hole. Is now the time for you to joke? A hole. Bullet is my brother. I bet 1 billion that Bullet will definitely win. Unlike others, looking at where Jabba and Rayleigh were after the betting. Leylin, with firm eyes, spoke directly and loudly. Bullet, will definitely blow Kaido's head off. Because he is Fulin's brother. Because, he is Douglas Bullet. Chapter 93. I'll bet 500 million Baileys. Buy Bullet to win. I'll win 300 million Baileys. Brother Bullet will definitely win. I bet 100 million. Buy Mr. Bullet and win. After Leylin finished speaking, the expressions on the faces of Rayleigh and Jabba, who had started trading enthusiastically, froze. After all, the Roger pirates, who are all poor, may not be able to get 1 billion Baileys. But before Rayleigh and Jabba could react, Jun, Kuruk, Aoi, Mihawk, Beckman, Dakshang and other Noxian cotters all used their wealth to suppress Bullet. Even Crocus, Tom, Cloba, Rouge, Albia and others spent all their savings to suppress Bullet. Regardless of whether there are any grievances or festivals between them, at this time, Bullet is their partner, and they will support Bullet unconditionally. After the originally trivial gambling game suddenly escalated into a life and death game involving 5 to 6 billion Baileys, Rayleigh and Jabba looked at their captain with ugly faces. This is not a small number. The Roger pirates, who are all poor, don't have as much money as Leylin and his gang. But when Rayleigh and Jabba looked at Roger, they saw that Roger closed his eyes and fell to the ground, pretending to be dead. Seeing Roger holding up his body and pretending to be dead, Rayleigh and Jabba looked at each other mechanically. They didn't know whether they should take this game. If Bullet loses, they will undoubtedly make a lot of money. But if Bullet wins Kaido, he can't even afford to kill them. 157 Boom. 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 Here are 69 billion belly. I believe that with the reputation of the Roger pirates, they will not default on their debts. Before Rayleigh and Jabba could make a decision, boxes of wooden boxes filled with Bailey suddenly appeared on the ground next to them. At this moment, Leylin's voice suddenly sounded. When Leylin brings the Roger pirates with him, Jabba and Rayleigh are completely pushed to the edge. Looking at the boxes of Baileys around them, Rayleigh and Jabba's expressions gradually turned ugly. This is Bailey. This is their future debt. I don't know if the rewards for the two of them combined are that high. This is their life. Although Rayleigh and Jabba wanted to refuse Leylin's bet, the luck in their hearts made them reluctant to push away the overwhelming wealth in front of them. Looking at Jabba, Rayleigh, Jun, and others who looked like they were constipated, they smiled happily. Didn't you laugh quite loudly just now? Aren't you very happy just now? You laugh. You laugh again. Jun and the others, who had great trust in Bullet, felt angry when they saw the faces of Rayleigh and Jabba that were about to turn into knots. Boom. Bullet and Porisalino, who didn't know that a gambling game was taking place below, had already rushed in front of Kaido and Yin. Facing the giant dragon with a body length of nearly 200 meters, Bullet, whose body had expanded to 150 meters, climbed up with a big ear. Under the inertia and acceleration, Kaido's head collided closely with Bullet's big head. The collision of giant beasts of this size is undoubtedly terrifying. A sound like muffled thunder, accompanied by circles of air waves visible to the naked eye, appeared in the sky. I don't know if it was the first time I faced a giant beast close to my own size, or if it was because I was in the sky. Kaido was slapped and sent flying backwards. But Bullet obviously doesn't want to let Kaido go. Wow! Just when Bullet was stepping on the thundering moonwalk, he was about to fight with Kaido. The dragon's tail, carrying the sonic boom and the evil wind, shook Bullet's head. Kaido is no mean boy. Even at this time, Kaido is still a ruthless character. Boom. Tisk. Go to hell. Many. Seeing the dragon's tail coming towards his face, Bullet grabbed it with both hands with a ferocious smile. The silent collision sound and the harsh sound of dragon scales being scratched by sharp claws resounded in the sky together. As a behemoth known for its strength and dragon slaying, Bullet exploded with ultimate power in his hands and grabbed Kaido's tail. With a cruel smile on his face, Bullet grabbed Kaido and turned around to throw him away. Bullet's golden behemoth fruit, although it doesn't have any fancy special abilities. But that ultimate and pure physical power has already surpassed all other phantom beast species. Roar! Wow! Spob! Boom! Kaido's eyes suddenly changed as Bullet grabbed his tail and started to swing it. Then the furious Kaido let out a deafening roar. Under Kaido's roar, the sky began to tremble faintly. Immediately afterwards, the hot breath sprayed out from Kaido's mouth, accompanied by countless sharp wind blades and dazzling thunder and lightning, blasted towards Bullet. However, Kaido's massive and intensive attacks were of no use. Boom! Stab! Bang! Want! The flashy attacks fell like raindrops on Bullet's body, which was unable to dodge. But when it landed on Bullet's body, it didn't even block or shake Bullet. Bullet, who was attacking Kaido like a tidal wave, continued to grab Kaido's tail and spin it violently as if nothing was wrong. Seeing that his attack was useless, Kaido's eyes widened. He didn't expect that his powerful attack would be like scraping Bullet. How does this make Kaido feel? You are also a user with Phantom Beast abilities, why are you so showy? It's okay, I'm okay. You can use more power. As if he felt Kaido's eyes, Bullet looked like a normal person and said with a murderous smile. As the strongest behemoth among the behemoths known as dragon killers, the golden behemoth is the strongest. Bullet's golden fur can completely resist all elemental attacks. As long as the impact of the attack does not exceed Bullet's upper limit of power, you won't even be able to shake Bullet. But how easy is it to shake Golden Behemoth, who possesses ultimate physical power? Although the Golden Behemoth fruit does not have any fancy special abilities, its level of pervert is not inferior to others. It can even be said that in a one-on-one duel, no devil fruit can surpass the Golden Behemoth with ultimate power and ultimate defense. Mr. Kaido. Seeing Kaido being tossed around by Bullet like a top, Yin's eyes turned ugly and he quickly wanted to help. But at this moment, Porosalino, with his right hand raised, appeared in front of him. Devil fruit grown in ancient times? It's really like a monster, so scary. However, brother, can you please stop moving? That guy Bullet doesn't like people interrupting his fight. Holding his right hand exposed to the hot laser light, Porosalino tilted his head, looked at Yin in front of him, and said feebly as if he had no fighting spirit. But in Yin's eyes, Porosalino, a lazy man, exuded a fatal threat. It was as if he moved, he might die. Let alone now, even when Yin's original work becomes a big poster, he may not be able to beat Porosalino. That's not to mention Yin, who is still very young now. The strong man who can defeat you was also able to defeat you decades ago. Chapter 94. Emperor Dangong. Bang! Facing Porosalino's threat, Yin, who looked ugly, finally chose to take action. Although Yin now feels that they are going to suffer a serious crime this time, Kaido is his captain, and he is also Joey in the melting heart. Yin, who transformed into the body of a pterosaur, dived forward at an extremely fast speed. P.S. Yin is of the Lunaria clan, and the Lunaria clan can elongate their bodies and release fire like rubber fruit. Well, it was also because of Yin's appearance that Maramara fruit became something even dogs wouldn't eat. Looking at Yin, who was slouching towards Bullet like a supersonic plane, Porosalino's eyes hardened slightly. Immediately afterwards, Porosalino's body emitted a golden light. Porosalino is very Buddhist, but that doesn't mean he will let others interfere in Bullet's battle. Bullet is his partner. Just like the old BD Porosalino in the original novel, he would take the initiative to go to Wano Kuni for Akainu, an old friend. Porosalino is very lazy, but he also cares about people who care and recognize him. Porosalino, who drew a strip of light in the sky, rushed towards Yin at high speed. Alala! Why don't you just admit defeat honestly? It's really difficult. I can't let you bother that guy Bullet. Otherwise, he will cause trouble for me. I wonder if you, as a Lunarian, have ever been kicked by light? Light speed kick. Although Yin's speed is very fast, how can it compare with light? Porisalino, who arrived first, appeared in front of Yin. Porisalino, who appeared in front of Yin, said with a sinister look in his eyes. I don't know if Porisalino calculated the time or if this was all a coincidence. As soon as Porisalino finished speaking, his golden thigh hit Yin's head, who had no time to dodge. Porisalino's terrifying impact instantly hit Yin's head. Yin, who had no time to react, was directly kicked away by Porisalino. Yin flew backwards towards Dressrosa like a meteor. Ah! Missed! Looking at Yin flying backwards towards Dressrosa, Porisalino tilted his head and said with some uncertainty. Hiss? He seems to have missed the target. This BD Porisalino really wants to kill everyone. Head of state, let's execute this ambitious BD. Looking at the airwaves in the sky, Jin flew backwards towards Dressrosa. Crocus, who was the first to add insult to injury, directly and loudly suggested that Leylin kill Porisalino. However, Crocus was just playing tricks and crying. Although Porisalino and Crocus did not deal with each other, Crocus did not want to kill Porisalino. Crocus also knew what he said, and it was impossible for Leylin to kill Porisalino. He was just venting his nervousness by betting all his savings of 10 million belly to defeat Bullet. Crocus was no saint. And for Crocus, who wants to return to the upside-down mountain lighthouse in the future, money is very important to him. Hey! You are a doctor. A hole. Also, can you please stop that sinister face of yours? After hearing Crocus's words that added insult to injury, Kuruk looked at the naked expression on Crocus's face, his face darkened and he complained loudly. Crocus, don't forget that you are a doctor. Who is a good person who would suggest killing someone at every turn? Kuruk, I feel like you're sick. You are hopeless and can be buried. After hearing Kuruk's complaints, Crocus' face darkened, and he turned his head and seriously issued a critical illness notice to Kuruk. Upon hearing Crocus's words, Lian Lok's face turned even darker. Seeing Crocus gritting his teeth and looking at Crocus and Crocus looking at Crocus with a helpless expression, Roger and the others laughed without scruples. Not only Roger and his group, but also Leylin, Beckman, Myhawk and others within Noxus couldn't help but chuckle when they saw the two people playing tricks. It was as if no one cared about the embers falling from the sky towards Dressrosa. Boom! You two bastards, can you give me a wink? Didn't you see any outsiders there? You two bastards, next month's salary is gone. At this time, as the first woman in Leylin and the strongest woman in Noxus, Jun appeared behind the two of them with a gloomy face. Looking at the two people in front of him who were looking at each other ferociously, Jun went up and punched him twice. Please give me flowers. Jun, who staggered the two heads in front of him with two punches, shouted at them with a gloomy expression. As the first woman of Leylin and the most powerful woman in Noxus, Jun's status in Noxus is special. And as the head of the Noxian Dressrosa government, Jun also serves as the Minister of Finance of Noxus. If Jun says he won't pay them, they won't get a dime. I'm so sorry. Sister Jun, please forgive me. I promise I won't do it again. Please also be sure not to deduct my salary. When faced with Jun, Kuruk gave in faster than Crocus. After bending down and bowing to Jun in a standard manner, Kuruk lowered his head and begged sincerely. 0. As the highest official in Noxus and one of the elders of Noxus, Kuruk's salary and savings are not small. But now Kuruk has no savings except the hundreds of millions of belly that are weighing on Bullet. All this is because, as a fishman, Kuruk keeps all his money together. Kuruk planned to use the money to buy his own fishmen and mermaids after Dressrosa regained contact with the outside world. As a former slave, although Kuruk has never been to the Fishman Island, he also wants to save his own kind. Although Kuruk knew that if he asked Leylin, and everyone would definitely help him fulfill his dream. But Kuruk didn't want to do that. Those were his kind, not Leylin's kind. Kuruk didn't want to get Noxus and everyone into trouble because of his own affairs. Because the trafficking of fish and merfolk has been going on for who knows how many years, it is not an easy task to save all the merfolk and merfolk. And it will also offend countless nobles who are mermaids and fishmen. Noxus is powerful, but that doesn't mean Noxus can offend everyone now. Therefore, Kuruk did not want to drag down Noxus for his own reasons. He can spend his own money to buy it, or even risk his life to save it, but he can't let others increase trouble because of him. Kuruk is a fishman, but he is also a partner of Leylin and others, and the highest official in Noxus. He was responsible to Noxus and to Leylin's trust. Chapter 95 D. After spinning in the sky for an unknown number of times, Bullet let go of his hand just when Kaido's head was completely confused. Under the influence of huge inertia, the dizzy Kaido was thrown away by Bullet like a lead ball. But it's not over yet. Heading towards Kaido who flew out, Bullet suddenly stepped into the sky and rushed towards Kaido again like a cannonball. As both a user with Phantom Beast ability, Bullet is very aware of how tenacious the vitality of a Phantom Beast ability user is. Bullet. Thunder 8 trigrams. Boom. But Kaido is Kaido after all. Even though he was thrown around so many times by Bullet, Kaido reacted quickly. Kaido, who was flying upside down in the air, directly transformed into a dragon form. Kaido, who stopped himself with a sudden step in the sky, raised his mace and roared at Bullet. Kaido, who was greatly insulted, faced the Bar 103 special that rushed towards him, and rushed over instead of advancing. He's going to make this BD Bullet pay. Kaido who wants to conquer Bullet and Leylin must rely on his own strength to defeat them. The stronger the Bullet, the more excited Kaido becomes. Because now he needs such powerful cotters. Kaido, a guy with an abnormal brain circuit, will not give up his goal until he collapses. Bet your life to defeat me. Kaido. Faced with Kaido, who was rushing towards him at high speed, and Bullet, who was rushing towards Kaido like a cannonball, his eyes became more and more excited and he roared. Bullet and Kaido collided with each other with a fist that was bigger than Kaido in his dragon form. The fist with the ultimate power and the mace with the same top power collided fiercely in the sky. Boom! Although it was late, the roaring sound echoed throughout the sky along with the waves of strong wind. Feeling each other's strength, Bullet and Kaido, the two lunatics wrestling in the sky, both showed crazy smiles. I am extremely satisfied with the opponent in front of me, whether it is Kaido or Bullet. Boom! 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 As two extremely powerful monsters, after a stalemate for a while, the two knew that they could not win by this alone. Therefore, Bullet and Kaido, who had also transformed into orc forms, began to fight in the sky with fists and fists. Bullet and Kaido, with equally crazy eyes, both want to defeat each other with their own power. After images carrying the sound of breaking through the air flickered wildly between Duo and Bullet. Waves of thunder continued to rise, echoing in the sky. As both phantom beasts with strong resilience and strong physiques, Bullet and Kaido simply gave up their defense. The fight between real men with fists and fists continued in the faintly broken sky. Compared to the fierce real man battle between Kaido and Bullet, Yin on the other side is a bit miserable. Yin's body was scorched black everywhere, and he returned to his human form, with several blood holes on his body. Compared to the current miserable group of Jin who are barely clinging to the sky, Polosalino is as good as a normal person. Even the clothes on Porosalino's body were not damaged in any way. Porosalino looked as if he had never experienced any battle just now. After looking at Porosalino whose clothes were not dirty in front of him, he looked at Kaido and Bullet who were locked in a stalemate on the other side. Yin, who looked ugly, took one last look at Leylin and others on Dressrosa. Jin's heart is full of mixed emotions now. The opponent's captain and a bunch of cotters didn't move, but they were in a desperate situation. What kind of monster pirate group is this? We are all rookie pirates in the new world. Is there such a big gap? As the intellectual responsible for the future and present of Beast's pirates, Yin is quite pessimistic about the current situation. Not to mention winning, in this situation, Yin feels that it is a big problem for them to leave Dressrosa alive. Facing the silent Yin, the old BD Porisalino did not make a move. Even though Yin looked very miserable, Porisalino, who upheld the spirit of fishing, did not add insult to injury to pursue the victory. Dressrosa, on the coast behind the outer city. Brum brum brum. Moria is sitting on the beach like a hill, with a white phone in front of her that is being dialed. Looking at the white phone bug in front of her that was dialing, Moria's eyes were full of madness. Moria may not be a good person. Moria may not be a person with monster talents. But no matter what, no one can deny that Moria is a loyal captain. Whether it's the original story where he stayed in the Devil's Triangle for more than 20 years just to seek revenge on Kaido, or after the Summit War, he went to face Blackbeard Teach to save his subordinates. All prove that Moria is a loyal man. You can say that Moria is Shishabukai's shame, but you can't deny Moria's loyalty to her subordinates. How many people in this world can be like Moria, risking their lives to face an opponent they cannot defeat for the sake of their companions? He is a real man who laughs but does not laugh at others. Explain. The phone bug in front of Moria was quickly answered. A cold and emotionless voice came from this special white phone. When Moria heard this voice, the madness in her eyes became even more intense. Kaido of the Beasts, comes to see Leylin. Bullet is fighting with me. Also, the Roger pirates are now on Dressrosa. Now is your chance. Although I still don't know what Leylin asked Tom, Kloba, and albeit to study in secret. But I think it's time for you to take action. I want to see Bullet's head. This will also be the prerequisite for whether we continue to cooperate. Moria, with a crazy look in her eyes, shouted frantically to the phone bug in front of her. The ultimate hatred continues to spread around Moria. Moria, never forget the hatred. The increasingly powerful Noxus not only did not scare Moria enough to give up hatred, but instead made Moria choose to go to extremes. Between revenge and herself, Moria chose the former. Moria doesn't care about Noxus' status and power, he just wants revenge. But because of the disparity in strength, Moria has given up on the idea of revenge. To destroy Noxus, to get revenge on Bullet for killing all his companions. After people from CP 2.6 came into contact with Moria, Moria decisively turned against her. The reason why CP wanted to find Moria was because of O'Hara and the 7 capitals of water. If it is a coincidence that Leylin and his gang appeared in the 7 water capitals. What should I say about Leylin, who has a clear purpose of going to O'Hara? World government is not a bunch of idiots. The 7 capitals of water plus O'Hara have already made the world government suspicious of Leylin. Although the world government does not yet know that people like O'Hara have the ability to study historical texts, the world government knows what the 7 waters have and also knows that Diane Lin has taken away a group of scholars. Taken together, the world government cannot stop thinking about it. There are some things that you can't even think about. It's not that CP doesn't have the ability to join Noxus, it's just that CP's spies on Dressrosa don't have the strength to climb up to Noxus' decision-making level. So, CP approached Moria. Chapter 96. The Marine Admiral Blue Rabbit will arrive at Dressrosa in 3 days. Tomorrow afternoon, we will send people to the island. You are responsible for letting them land on the island. Moria's words silenced the voice on the other side of the phone for a long time. After a long silence, the other party came back with a cold word. As an intelligence agency under the world government, Moria's threatening words made the other party very unhappy. If Moria wasn't still useful, I guess this wouldn't be the answer. Even Moria himself knows that by cooperating with CP, he is seeking skin from a tiger, and the other party may even kill him after the cooperation is over. But this doesn't matter to Moria. As long as she can get revenge, Moria doesn't care about anything else. Moria just wants revenge. He will make Noxus, Leylin, and Bullet pay the price. The flame of revenge is the obsession that supports Moria's survival until now. Then, it's really ugly to talk about others behind their backs. Moria. After getting the answer from the other end of the phone, a ferocious smile appeared on Moria's face, when she was about to say something. Behind Moria, Leylin's voice sounded. The sudden sound completely froze the smile on Moria's face. Click. As soon as he heard the sudden voice, the phone bug in front of Moria hung up without mercy. As an intelligence agency under the world government, CP has no spirit of cooperation. Moria has not been exposed and is still valuable to CP. But now that Moria has been exposed, that has no effect on CP. CP didn't believe that a loser like Moria, who relied on them for revenge, could escape from the Noxian base camp alive. If Leylin and Noxus were so good to each other, Moria would not seek cooperation with them, and they would not seek cooperation with Moria. This is also the reason why the world government knew about this possibility but did not directly take action against Leylin and Noxus. In the final analysis, this world is a world where strength comes first. Leylin and O'Hara cannot be compared. So from the moment Moria was exposed, Moria had lost its use value to the world government. When Moria was abandoned directly, she turned around slowly with a stiff expression. He then saw Leylin in a black windbreaker and Beckman and Mihawk with extremely cold eyes. Although there were constant roars echoing behind Leylin and others. But Moria already knew that there was no hope of leaving here alive. Although there was no hope of escape, Moria's hands were covered with black light. Moria, who hates Noxus extremely, wants revenge at this last moment. Even though Moria knew very well that he had no hope, he was so desperate that he no longer cared about anything else. Traitor who betrayed Noxus, are you still going to resist? Looking at Moria with a gloomy face and clenched fists in front of her, and Leylin with a cigar in his mouth, he spoke coldly with a gloomy face. Although from the beginning, Leylin knew that Noxus would definitely have traitors in the future. But this does not mean that Leylin will be indifferent to traitors. Cold murderous intent and violent oppression shrouded the sky like a tide. As the head of state of Noxus, Leylin was very angry at the betrayal of Moria, ABD. Noxus? Laozi never intended to join Noxus. You who keep saying that everyone is equal are just a self-righteous BD who relies on your strong power to play house. Laozi never intended to join you. Facing Leylin's oppressive questioning, Moria was not afraid at all. Moria, whose eyes were burning with the flames of revenge, yelled at Leylin fiercely. Moria is at the end of her rope, so he is no longer afraid of Leylin. Anyway, death is inevitable, so why not preserve your dignity? Tisk. Rub. Seeing things coming to an end, Moria is still unrepentant. Beckman's face was gloomy, and violent arcs of electricity flashed across his body. Mihawk, whose expression was as cold as ever, pulled out the long knife from his waist. For them, who have the symbol of Noxus tattooed on their backs, Moria's words are tantamount to denying everything they stand for. Barking like a defeated dog, he 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 he. You still don't understand the cruelty of this world. Moria. Looking at the barking Moria, Leylin slowly raised his hands. Leylin, who was blocking Beckman and Mihawk with both hands, looked at Moria not far away and said with a sneer. For traitors, killing him is not the best way. Only by using the most cruel methods and the most cruel torture can the shame of Noxus be washed away with the blood of Moria. You. Bang. Faced with Leylin's ridicule, Moria, who was already desperate to fight to the death, was just about to scream something. Behind Moria, two huge stone arms appeared. And the gravity under Moria's feet surged crazily. Under the dual effects of the surge of gravity and the huge arms, Shalia was directly pressed to his knees on the ground. Ah! Moria suddenly knelt on the ground, her eyes instantly turned scarlet. He doesn't want to kneel, he doesn't want to kneel in front of Leylin. Moria clenched her teeth and struggled to stand up. He didn't want to kneel in front of this BD Leylin. However, with Moria's strength, how can she escape from the furious Leylin's ruthless methods? Traitors have no right to stand in front of me. He looked at Moria, who had scarlet eyes and wanted to stand up from the ground. Leylin said in a deep voice with cold eyes. Moria who betrayed Noxus undoubtedly violated the iron law of Noxus. The traitors should be washed away with their lives and blood. After giving the struggling Moria an indifferent look, Leylin turned around immediately after finishing speaking. He and the traitor have nothing to say. He and the stubborn Moria have nothing to say. Leylin, I don't think I was wrong. In this world of jungle, those without strength have no dignity. Moria and his pirate group don't have the strength to resist Bullet, so they are Bullet's trophies. Bullet did not kill Moria and allowed Moria to live until now. This is undoubtedly a mercy. Do you really think that the fighting between pirates in this world will leave you a chance? If you are valuable, people may ask you whether to join. But if you have no value, you won't even have this opportunity. Natural selection, the law of the jungle and the strong is the truest portrayal of this world. Weak people have no right to choose. Forward. Looking at Leylin's turning back, Moria gritted her teeth and struggled to get up, whimpering and roaring under the pain in her internal organs. Zhao Li's. As the titan fruit of the earth god, Leylin can not only control the ground. He can also control the gravity of the ground. The pervert of the phantom beast fruit is not just for nothing. Don't kill him. He was reduced to a stick, handcuffed to a sea stone, and imprisoned in a dungeon. Traitor, you don't deserve that devil fruit. That devil fruit is from Noxus. When Leylin turned around and heard Moria's whimpering words, Leylin, without looking back, gave cold instructions to Beckman beside him. Leylin won't talk nonsense with ordinary people. Betrayal is equal to death. The reason why Leylin doesn't kill Moria directly now is because of Moria's devil fruit. Moria is a traitor, so his devil fruit is Leylin's. Leylin did not allow his own things to be left outside. Even if I don't use it, you can't throw it away. Secondly, killing Moria directly would undoubtedly be too merciful to him. Those who betray should pay the price. Moreover, the most cruel means must be used to defeat everyone. Chapter 97. Cut. Moria was handcuffed with a sea stone chain around her neck, and her limbs were cut off directly by a sharp blade. Blood spurted out from the broken limbs of Moria like pillars, and the tall Moria was like a deflated balloon, constantly spurting out blood. Looking at Moria who fell to the ground and kept screaming. The eyes of Beckman and Mihawk were full of indifference and no emotion. Moria's rebellion was expected by everyone. People flock together and things divide into groups. Beckman, Mihawk, and others who joined Noxus in the same batch as Moria and Big Bear have a better relationship with Big Bear than Moria. Because Big Bear has better talents than Moria, and Big Bear does not have Moria's unrealistic hatred and stupidity of not being able to see the reality. So since the Big Bear incident, Beckman and others, who were not on good terms with Moria, have become increasingly tense with Moria. No large organization will tolerate the existence of traitors. Moria's will to avenge the crew may be what makes 21 a true man. However, the position determines the but, and the position determines the result. Even if Moria hasn't put it into practice yet, his unrealistic hatred will harm everyone's interests. There is no empathy or kindness in the world. Beckman and others joined Noxus in the same batch as Moria, but for the former, Noxus gave them a way to become stronger, provided them with a platform, and gave them status and respect. Therefore, it is impossible for them to feel the same way as Moria because their interests are not in line with Moria's ideas. Therefore, in everyone's eyes, Moria's tragic situation was his own fault. If you make a decision by yourself, then bear the cost yourself, and don't expect anyone's pity, because the interests are not the same. Gee ha 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 ha. My today is your tomorrow. Beckman. My hawk. Noxus will surely die. The world government will definitely kill them. Your future will definitely. Moria, whose forehead was covered with sweat and whose face was distorted, endured the piercing pain and roared at Beckman and my hawk. From the very beginning, Moria's interests were at odds with Noxus's. People's thoughts and will are all formed the day after tomorrow, and they vary according to the circumstances of the day after tomorrow. The choice Moria made was based on the encirclement and suppression he suffered from Noxus, coupled with his firm heart, which led to this final result. If Moria had a little less backbone, or a little less unrealistic fantasy, maybe he would be integrated into Noxus. But there is no if in the world, and characters like Shalia will not give up their inner obsessions. So, this is his end. Noxus will not tolerate traitors. No matter how valuable you are, if you are unfaithful once, you can die. Tisk. Facing Moria's final curse, Beckman released a dazzling arc of electricity from his right hand, directly stunning Moria. Beckman has little sympathy with Moria. Whether it is Leylin's care or Mahor's kindness, Beckman's loyalty is determined. Therefore, Beckman does not want and will not listen to Moria's nonsense. If Leylin hadn't allowed Moria's devil fruit to disappear, Beckman would have killed Moria long ago. Let's go. My hawk watched coldly as Beckman seared and sealed the broken limbs of Moria. My hawk slowly put away the long knife, lifted up the chain connecting Moria's neck, and spoke in a deep voice. My hawk, who is indifferent by nature, doesn't care at all how miserable Moria's fate is. As a swordsman who aspires to become the world's greatest swordsman, my hawk has no unnecessary emotions. That is to say, it was too early for Leylin to find my hawk. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to get my hawk to join Noxus in the later stage. Beckman, who sealed Moria's fracture, withdrew his eyes from looking at Moria's tragic end, nodded and responded calmly. After saying that, Beckman and my hawk both turned around. Dragging Moria, whose limbs disappeared, my hawk and Beckman walked back together. On the other side, the inner city of Dressrosa, King's Heights. Looking at Leylin, who came back with a gloomy face, everyone's eyes became serious. Half an hour ago, Leylin's face was fine. Why did it become like this so soon after being called Beckman? What happened? Polo Salino, Jun, go with Bullet and capture it as soon as possible. Facing everyone's looks, Leylin looked at Yin with the sea stone chain tied in front of him without explaining too much. After a long silence, Leylin, with serious eyes, ordered Salino and Jun in a deep voice. It's no longer time to play house with Kaido. He is being targeted by the world government and needs to be prepared. Noxus currently does not have the strength to go to war with the world government. Leylin is not so arrogant that he can start a war with the world government now. Noxus may not be able to withstand even the marine owned by world government. The naval headquarters deployed in full force was enough to raise the ashes of the entire Dressrosa and Noxus. Moria's backstabbing and betrayal made Leylin, who didn't expect Moria to be so courageous, need to change his plan. Although they still don't know what the world government knows, they cannot be careless in the face of the world government now. The price of blind arrogance is the annihilation of the entire army. Understood. 807 Understood. After hearing Leylin's serious order, Salino and Jun, who were confused, gradually became serious. After seriously acknowledging Leylin, Salino and Jun turned around and left. Although I don't know what happened, now is not the time to joke. After Salino and Jun left, Leylin slowly looked at Jin, who was tied like a rice dumpling with sea stone. The matter of world government must be put in general first. The most important thing at the moment is Kaido, the BD, and Yin. In the future 4 emperors Kaido, Leylin needs to think carefully about how to deal with him. Roger and his group, who were watching the whole process, looked at each other in confusion. They looked confused and had no idea what was going on. All they knew was that after Leylin went out for a spin, he became like this. On the other side, Naval Headquarters. What? Let Marine completely withdraw from New World? I cannot execute this command. Sengoku, with a gloomy face, shouted to the phone bug very forcefully. The phone bug in front of Sengoku was from the Five Elders. But the Five Elders' order made Sengoku's expression extremely gloomy. The expressions on their faces were also very exciting, as were Garp, Enhu and other Marine senior officials who were standing in the Marshal's office. Chapter 98. This is an order. Don't forget who you are, Sengoku. Sengoku's extremely tough attitude made the Five Elders on the other end of the phone dissatisfied. Jagalusha Satana's tone, which contained unquestionable majesty and threats that made one's blood run cold, came from the phone bug. Looking at the phone bug in front of him issuing unquestionable orders, Sengoku's eyes began to look ugly. At this time, Sengoku, who had gathered all Marine senior executives, was in a state of panic. Let's not talk about what Sengoku thinks. As for the order given by the Five Elders in front of him, whether Sengoku agrees or not, Sengoku is not a human being inside or outside. If he doesn't agree to the Five Elders, then the Five Elders will undoubtedly have very big opinions on him. Moreover, the already delicate situation of Marine and Martial Marine in the world government will become even more difficult. And by agreeing to the Five Elders, it would undoubtedly tell all the Marines present how incompetent he, the Marine Marshal, was. The butt determines the head, and the Admiral and Vice Admiral underneath don't care what Sengoku faces. They only know that the Marshal dare not say no to the Five Elders and world government. The price of this was that Sengoku, who had only been the Marshal for 2 years, lost all his prestige within Marine. You must know that under the care of the world government, the current internal situation in Marine is even more chaotic than in the original work. 3 admirals who joined Marine through world conscription caused Marine to split into 2 major and 4 smaller factions, 857. The 2 major factions are the new faction and the old faction. The new faction refers to a group of people who join Marine through world conscription and become Marine Admiral, Vice Admiral, and Rear Admiral. The difference between them and the old school is that they rely on their own strength to reach the top in one step. They are not bound by those rules and regulations, nor do they have the so-called respect for seniority. In front of Marine, they had mixed careers and only believed in strength. They don't believe in so-called justice either. 99% of what they do when they join Marine is for money and power. And these people are headed by Marine 3 Admiral who also reached the sky in one step. The common characteristic among them is that they do not have the original concepts of hierarchy and seniority within Marine. They only respect strength first. The so-called old school refers to the group of people within Marine who originally applied to join Marine, passed Marine training, and then started working as Marines step by step. These people believe in and abide by the old concepts of seniority, years of experience, merit, and superiority and inferiority. These are all Marines who joined Marine before the world draft, and believe in justice, kindness, and other beliefs. This group of people is headed by Sengoku and Garp. In addition to the old school and the new school, there are now 4 small factions within Marine. This is also the world government's method to further divide the unity within Marine, SPFI. The so-called 4 small factions are the tough new hawks headed by Marine Admiral Dark Tiger Admiral Huangji, the Lexan Doves headed by Marine Admiral Kingtu, the conservative Doves headed by Marine Marshal Sengoku, and Garp and Sakazuki. The radical old hawks. The difference is between the hardline new hawks led by Admiral Dark Tiger and Admiral Huangji, and the radical old hawks led by Garp and Sakazuki. The former believes in absolute justice, and this kind of justice is not bound by the world government. As long as they think something is wrong, whether it is the princes and nobles of the countries affiliated to the world government, or people within Marine, they will execute them without mercy. Now except for the celestial dragons, they haven't killed them directly. They will not care about any threats or constraints. As long as they think something is wrong, they will execute them mercilessly. The biggest thing they did before them was to destroy dozens of human trafficking organizations, more than a dozen dark forces in the underground world, and completely clear the so-called illegal zone in Sabayati. They are committed to absolute justice. Although they have not directly attacked the celestial dragons yet, they have stopped abandoning the celestial dragons. Although they are called madmen within Marine, this group of madmen is using their own methods to truly implement absolute justice. Whether it's one of your own or someone else, if you make a mistake, you will end up dead. Although the radical old hawks headed by Garp and Sakazuki also believe in absolute justice, their absolute justice is different from that of the former. Garp became so aggressive because he wanted to avenge his old friend. Sakazuki is so radical because he wants to help his mentor and live up to Zephyr's expectations. Although the original intentions of the two are different, they both believe in absolute justice and have some scruples. They don't kill without restraint like the hardline Neo-Hawks. They obey the orders of the world government and the orders of the naval headquarters. They are all bound by the word justice set by the world government, which is also the difference between them and the former. Although the former did not dare to kill the celestial dragons, in the first half of the Grand Line and all over the world, countless princes and nobles from the countries affiliated to the world government had been hacked to death by them. Although this has also led to Marine being criticized and constantly sanctioned by the world government and franchise countries. But they still went their own way. As soon as Sengoku said anything, the resignations of 2 admirals and a dozen vice-admirals were placed on Sengoku's table. The summary is that the former has no scruples, while the latter has scruples. The difference between the old and new doves is that the hedonistic new doves headed by King Tu don't take Marine's justice seriously at all. They only believe in Carpe Diem and they become Marine just for the power. The reason why they are called doves is not because of how kind they are, but simply because they don't want to do troublesome things. It is also because of this idea that the Lexan Dove faction has become the largest faction within Marine. The latter, well, is no different from the original. It means obeying the orders of the world government, mediating the internal pressure of Marine, and being merciful to pirates and criminals. The reason why there are so many factions is because the world government suddenly gave Marine too many powerful people with complex ideas. These powerful people who have climbed to high positions through world government all have their own ideas. Therefore, they have different thoughts from the original Marine. They have new thoughts that are different from the original Marine. New affairs will inevitably be different from old affairs, which has also led to increasing conflicts within Marine. Even ordinary people are not willing to be the slaves of others, let alone these strong men whose strength far exceeds that of ordinary people. The increasingly fierce conflicts within Marine are also an inevitable result of global conscription. This is like the difference within Marine between Akainu being the marshal and Sengoku being the marshal in the original novel. When Sengoku was the marshal, he had various factions under his command. But neither the radical Akainu nor the dawdling Kizaru or Aokiji will directly resist the marshal's orders like Fujitora. This is a conflict between the different ideas of Marine, who climbed to a high position step by step, and someone who rose to the top in one step. Although the former has its own personality, it will obey the organizational class. Even if this thing is something they don't want to do, they will obey it. Because when they ascend to high positions, others will be so obedient, and safeguarding this class is also safeguarding their interests. Therefore, whether it is out of human sophistication or to protect their own interests, they will obey and maintain this class division. The latter are people who rise to the top in one step. They are different from Marine who rise to the top step by step. There is no human relationship between them and the old Marine, so they will not pay attention to this set of human relationships. It is precisely because of the intricate factional relationships within Marine that Sengoku is now in a dilemma. However, the 5 elders don't care about Sengoku's thoughts at all. The world needs stability. The most important thing for Marine now is to maintain stability. This is an order. After Sengoku fell into silence, Jago Lucia Sartan's merciless words rang out again. Chapter 99. But if New World is abandoned, what will happen to the countries that join New World? What about Marine's face? Faced with Jago-Lucia Sartan's aggressive orders, Sengoku, whose face was completely gloomy, began to question in a deep voice. The clay figurine still has some anger. What's more, Sengoku who owns Conqueror's haki. Although Sengoku did not directly oppose the five elders' orders, Sengoku's words also showed his attitude. It's just that his attitude is just his attitude. In the eyes of the five elders, Marine's thoughts are not important. Clear your position, Sengoku. World government's interests are above all else. Marine's face is nothing in front of the interests of the world government. Obey orders, Marine Marshal Sengoku. Jago-Lucia Sartan, who was questioned again and again by Sengoku, became completely furious. As the apparent leaders of the world government, the status and rights of the five elders are unquestionable. Sengoku's repeated questioning made Jago-Lucia Sartan feel that his rights were being challenged. The world government and the five elders need an obedient marine, not a starfish with his own messy ideas. However, Jago-Lucia Sartan's directly face-breaking words made Sengoku and everyone behind Sengoku look gloomy. Although everyone knows that Marine is the dog of the world government, there are some things that are meaningless to say. When the last fig leaf was torn off, it was Tianyi who had a high standard of conduct. Who among the people who can stand in Sengoku's office is weak? As strong men, which one of them does not have his own dignity and face? The words of the five elders are telling them nakedly that they are the dogs of the world government. What they think is not important. And this is difficult for people to accept easily. But what use can these be? Don't say that the five elders don't know that there are people besides Sengoku. Even if the five elders knew, they would still be concerned and scrupulous about it. It is impossible for world governments to change their established strategies because of their own ideas. With Leylin's intervention and chaos, the current world government needs to be stable. Because only by maintaining the threat of pirates can the world government continue to exploit other kingdoms, right? The world government is not incapable of destroying the new world. As long as the world government is willing and pays a huge price, it can put an end to the chaos in the new world. But, what's the point of doing this? The world government has suffered a heavy blow. What benefits can be gained from it? Will the New World franchise countries and franchise countries in other regions still be willing to be exploited by the world government without the threat of big pirates? The answer is no. No king wants to have a celestial dragons on his head, and a blood-sucking world government. In the past, they had no choice. They might still be willing to pay the heavenly money under threat. But if given the choice, they would no longer be willing to do so. Therefore, the world government will not do anything that is not in the interest of the world government. The increasingly tense situation in New World and the increasing number of pirates in New World are in line with the interests of the world government. Jago-Lucia Sartan, who angrily gave the final order, hung up the phone immediately after speaking. He is the five elders, he is here to order Marine, not to ask for Marine's opinion. World government does not allow anyone to question the existence of Marine, who exists in world government. The purpose of Marine's existence is to safeguard the interests of world government. All this bullshit justice is just to deceive the world. People and things that harm the interests of world government are evil. People and things that safeguard the interests of world government are just. And this is also a cruel reality. Looking at the hung-up call bug in front of him, Sengoku, with a gloomy expression, slowly clenched his fists. Before becoming a marshal, he might have used other excuses to comfort and numb himself. However, since he became the marshal, since Sengoku began to contact the top brass within the world government, Sengoku was silent. Although in order to maintain order and justice for most people, Sengoku is willing to obey the world government. But whenever Sengoku faced the five elders, and some other things, he would have the idea of giving up. Although this idea would be abandoned by Sengoku every time, the idea would come up every time. The helplessness and compromise of adults will only be written for the first time countless times. Because adults have too many things to bear and consider. Please give me flowers. So much so that they have to give up their so-called dreams because they have to compromise with life and reality. It is just a dream to be able to truly live the life you want without any scruples. Boom. However, before Sengoku could calm down his inner anger, a new storm emerged again. Anhu and Huangji, who had gloomy expressions, and a group of marine vice-admirals, turned around and slammed the door. As those who pursue absolute justice, it is impossible for them to accept the cooperation of the world government. They don't care what the world government thinks if they think it's a big deal and quit. They are Marines, and what they want to do is absolute justice. If you are unhappy, just fire Lao Zi. 0. The tough new hawks who slammed the door and left made Sengoku's face even more ugly. But that's just the beginning. After Enho and others left, King Tu, who didn't care about the 5 elders' orders, also turned around and left with his horsemen. They believe in Carpe Diem and may be the only people in Marine who have no objections. They don't care what the world government thinks, the world government's orders are in line with their ideas. If there is 1, there are 2, there are 3. The third wave to leave was Garp and Sakazuki, who at this time had the rank of Marine Rear Admiral and became Garp's adjutant. The orders of the world government have the longest impact on them. Because their common enemy, Leylin, is now in the New World. If Marine completely ignores New World, how can they seek revenge from Leylin? When Leylin becomes big in the New World, can they still seek revenge on Leylin? Therefore, they had some scruples and decided to be willful. They want to take revenge on Leylin now. After Vice Admiral and Admiral left one after another in the office, Sengoku was the only one left in the huge office. It was as if Sengoku was betrayed by all his relatives. His calm mind could no longer restrain the anger in Sengoku's heart. Sengoku angrily overturned his desk and roared through gritted teeth. I just don't know if Sengoku, whose glasses are shining coldly at this moment, is scolding those unscrupulous bastards, or the 5 elders. Chapter 100. New World, Dressrosa, King's Heights. Bang! Kaido, whose body was covered with criss-crossing scars and bound by sea stone, was thrown in front of Leylin like a meat dumpling. Kaido, who had not reached his peak at this time, was captured alive by Bullet, Porisalino, and Jun, who were also not at his peak. Kaido, who will become the 4 emperors in the future, is just a newcomer in the New World who is just preparing to recruit a crew and make a name for himself. Ha 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 ha. I was caught accidentally. Are you going to die? It's really a pity. Kaido, who was tied into a rice dumpling, had scars all over his body, and whose energy was completely drained, sat in front of Leylin and shouted with laughter. Kaido, this kind of madman is not afraid of death. As a pure pirate, Kaido knows exactly what he will face after defeat. But with Kaido's brain circuit, he doesn't care about these things. Even 877, maybe Leylin will hack him to death, and Kaido might still be grateful to Leylin. Brother Kaido. Looking at Kaido who was sitting on the ground very calmly, Jin's eyes were full of guilt and he shouted in shame. If he wasn't too weak, he wouldn't be able to help Kaido. Perhaps they would not be defeated or captured alive by Noxus. It's Abel. I'm sorry. I can't take you to witness the war sweeping the world. After hearing Yin's voice, Kaido turned to look at Yin, then laughed and shouted. Yin's original name is Abel, and the name Yin was given by Kaido. Kaido feels no guilt. As pirates, they should have the consciousness to risk their lives on the day they go to sea. Without this awareness, why go to sea? Without. Roger, you owe me our money, remember to pay it back later. Now, we need to take care of some things, so I won't send you far. Just when Jin's eyes were full of guilt and he still wanted to stage a bitter drama with Kaido, Leylin stood up and spoke in a deep voice to Roger and his friends who were watching the show on the other side. Leylin and Roger didn't have much of a friendship, so he took them in for one night just because he recognized Roger's strength and loved him. Now they have other things to deal with, so they can only ask these outsiders to leave now. Whether it's Kaido's matter or other matters, they are not things that outsiders like Roger should see. Ah? But... okay. We know. Thank you for your hospitality. See you next time. Leylin. After hearing Leylin's words, Roger was still unfinished and didn't want to leave Dressrosa's so soon. He still wanted to say something. Jabba covered Roger's mouth directly, and then Rayleigh spoke directly to Leylin. After saying that, Rayleigh and Jabba held Roger, turned around and ran out. Rayleigh and Jabba don't want to stay in Dressrosa for a moment now. Because they owe a lot of debt to Leylin and his gang. Although the battle between Bullet and Kaido was interrupted by Lay. But as top experts, they can see the outcome of the battle between Kaido and Bullet. Kaido, who was restrained by Bullet Devil Fruit, was suppressed and beaten by Bullet throughout the whole process. If there are no accidents, Kaido's failure is inevitable. Therefore, although the battle was broken, they still recognized the victory or defeat based on their courage. However, they don't have the money to pay off the billions of gambling debts now. So if you can delay it for one day, it's one day. As for what happens in the future, let's talk about it later. The most important thing now is to run away while Leylin is not paying attention. Seeing Roger and his gang running away in a flash, Leylin and others felt helpless. They are obviously a group of people who are as strong as monsters, but they act like low-level pirates day by day. However, there is nothing to say about these things. Everyone has their own understanding of life. Everyone also has the right to decide how to live his or her own life. After Roger and his gang left King's Heights, Leylin slowly turned his head and looked at Kaido, who was sitting on the ground with no concern. Bullet and others under Leylin also followed Leylin and looked at Kaido. Facing the gazes of Leylin and others, Kaido's expression did not change at all. Kaido looked at Leylin with an indifferent expression and bared his teeth. Aren't you always looking for me? Kaido. I'm in front of you now. Leylin slowly sat on a chair inlaid with gems in front of Kaido, supported his side face, tilted his head and asked Kaido in a deep voice. Leylin has only two ideas for dealing with Kaido. Surrender or die. Leylin, who has developed to this point, no longer needs to worry about the so-called plot. He who inspires to dominate the world will inevitably become enemies with those in the original work. Therefore, facing Kaido who is now captured alive, Leylin does not need to worry about his so-called plot. The defeated Kaido has only two endings, surrender or death. Leylin will not indulge Kaido's trouble just because of the so-called plot. Leylin doesn't want to cause more trouble for himself in the future because he worries about these things. If Leylin wants to kill Kaido, there are plenty of ways to kill him. Ha 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 ha. Leylin, at this time, there is no need to talk nonsense. Laozi didn't expect that you had developed to this level, so Laozi was defeated. The winner is the king, the loser is the bandit, Laozi admits it. Say it. What are you going to do with Laozi? Do you want to kill Laozi, or do you want Laozi to surrender to you? Facing Leylin's words, there was no fear or panic in his eyes, only a calm Kaido, grinning and shouting loudly to Leylin. As a pirate who followed rocks, the seemingly reckless Kaido is more sober and able to see the nature of the world more clearly than Moria. Kaido, who has lived through that cruel and chaotic era, understands better than Moria the truth of success and defeat. After all, life is more important than the so-called integrity. Even the great pirates Golden Lion and Whitebeard, who are among the top pirates now, weren't they once defeated by rocks and joined rocks? When you are strong enough, nothing can be broken. The so-called integrity and the so-called dreams are sometimes very pale and powerless in the face of life and obsession. Kaido, who was defeated by Leylin, was not so cowardly that he dared not admit it. If you lose, you lose. With Kaido's courage, there is nothing to be embarrassed to admit. The winner is the king and the loser is the enemy. Kaido, who is the loser in 2.0, just wants to hear what Leylin wants to say. Kaido, who was said to be immortal, is not so powerful now. Don't you want to start a world war? Kaido. Join Noxus. Noxus will take you to conquer the world. It is such a pity that a man like you is dead now. Follow Lao Zi and conquer the world. Kaido. Hearing Kaido's words that were more calm than he imagined, a crazy smile began to appear on Leylin's face. There is no doubt about Kaido's talent and power. If possible, Leylin would also like to conquer Kaido. As Leylin slowly stood up, a violent conqueror's haki began to appear on his body. Leylin, who was full of conqueror's haki, grinned and loudly invited Kaido. Conquering 4 emperors Kaido may not be an impossible decision. Chapter 101. Under the attack of Leylin's violent conqueror's haki, the weak mates and Noxian successors all fainted. Only Bullet, Porisalino and other senior officials were still standing there. Yin, who faced Leylin's violent conqueror's haki with Kaido, turned pale like a leafy boat in a violent storm. Yin's strength has not yet reached its peak, and Leylin's conqueror's haki has reached a limit. Leylin's conqueror's haki gives Yin the feeling of having a glimpse of the emperor. Leylin's conqueror's haki is also a level of horror that Jincheng has witnessed before. Leylin's conqueror's haki is far superior to Kaido, and far superior to anyone Yin has ever seen. Jin couldn't imagine what kind of terrifying ambition this man named Douglas Leylin had in his heart. Kaido, who faced Leylin's conqueror's haki, burst out with powerful conqueror's haki. But Kaido's conqueror's haki, compared to Leylin's conqueror's haki, is as insignificant as a worm shaking a tree. It's like Kaido's ambition, compared to Leylin's ambition, is like the difference between a child and an adult. In fact, Leylin's conqueror's haki gave Kaido a stronger feeling than that man. You are not of the D family. Kaido, who was surging with Conqueror's 21 haki, slowly raised his head, looked at Leylin and said with a sudden smile. As a former Rocks pirate trainee crew member, Kaido knows a lot. Kaido knows the so-called D clan. His captain Rocks D Zebek is one of the DS. Gold Roger, Monkey D Garp, Monkey D Luffy. These are also members of the D family. Kaido knows what the D family is, and he also knows that the D family has been hidden all over the world. No one knows what Kaido meant when he said this to Leylin. But when Kaido asked Leylin, he seemed to know something. Leylin, whose expression remained unchanged, slowly looked at Kaido with his eyes. Does a man like you also believe in that kind of thing? The prince and General Xiang Ning have the guts. Winner and loser, isn't it the celestial dragons who rule this world? Leylin, who looked at Kaido with his eyes, said to Kaido calmly, neither happy nor sad. Leylin doesn't believe in the so-called fatalism. In this world of jungle, whoever has the biggest fist is the king. Compared to the theory of fatalism and bloodline, Leylin is more willing to believe that the princes and generals will have the right foundation. Leylin doesn't know what happened 800 years ago, but no matter what happened, it doesn't matter. A country that was defeated and perished 800 years ago is also a loser now. Failure is failure. The loser has nothing. Seeing the firm and confident look in Leylin's eyes, and hearing Leylin's extreme confidence that he didn't believe in anything but himself, Kaido fell into silence. From the will in Leylin's few words, Kaido seemed to understand the gap between himself and Leylin. The king may not be the weakest of all. But the king's courage must be the strongest among all. If even a king is afraid of his hands and feet, how can he become a king? If you don't have the will to be fearless, how can you distinguish countless people? Courage, will, and courage are not something you are born with. But courage, will, and courage are not something everyone can have. Just like Conqueror's haki, some people are born with it, and some people never have it in their lifetime. Just like Blackbeard, he became one of the 4 emperors thanks to Devil Fruit's special abilities. But Blackbeard doesn't have Conqueror's haki after all. This is not to say that Blackbeard's strength is weak. On the contrary, Blackbeard's strength is stronger than countless people with Conqueror's haki. But if you don't have the will and courage, you just don't have it. Ha 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 ha. Lousy, of course I don't believe this. The winner is the king and the loser is the enemy, that's right. It's the winner and the loser. As a loser, Lousy, I just want to ask you one question. What do you want? Douglas Leylin. After being silent for a long time, Kaido, with a ferocious smile on his face again, shouted loudly to Leylin. Kaido is not a loser. Kaido is not someone who regards pirates as a master. Kaido, who has studied in Rock's Pirate, is very aware of the principle that the winner is the king and the loser is the loser. The loser is the winner's trophy. This is an eternal and cruel principle among pirates. No matter what the reason is, failure is failure, and a loss is a loss. Kaido knows this very well and understands this truth. With Kaido's courage, he may challenge Leylin on his own in the future to get back everything he lost. But Kaido is definitely not someone who cannot afford to lose. If he loses, he loses. If you lose, you will win again. If he can't win in his whole life, it proves that his Kaido skills are inferior to others, but that's all. But if you don't admit it, then Kaido is not worthy of becoming the future 4 emperors. You can be insidious, cunning, calculating, and cunning, but you can't be without dignity. There are 2 completely different things between the overlord of one party and the ruffians in the city. What do you want? Laozi wants this world. Laozi wants this world. Follow Laozi and challenge the world. Kaido. As Leylin slowly stood up, the conqueror's haki in his body became more intense. With his eyes filled with extreme ambition and his tone containing the will to conquer everything, Leylin loudly expressed his ambition to Kaido. 940. Be it world government or a huge kingdom 800 years ago. Leylin is not an archaeologist. What Leylin wants is not to become a warlord. What Leylin wants is to unify the wilderness like his ancestors. What Leylin wants is that books and cars share the same track. What Leylin wants is for his will to be carried out throughout Xiuan. What Leylin wants is this world, to write his name. He is Leylin, a man who wants to rule the world. This is the ambition Leylin has had in his heart since he obtained the inheritance of Darius. Looking at the man standing in front of him, Kaido seemed to see the man who led them to declare war on the world. Although the man who wanted to be the king of the world failed. But his spirit and will have always affected Luo Luo. This influence has always been with Kaido. Kaido, on the other hand, saw the figure of that man again in Leylin, a pirate of his generation. This kind of vision and structure made Duo feel the gap between him and him more and more. It's like if you get 100 points in the same exam as others, you are still thinking about which university to go to and what kind of job you want to find, while others are already thinking about how to start a business or become a provincial governor. Vision and structure, these things will also determine your future achievements. Whoever you want to be is the most likely person you can become. Chapter 102. Ha 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 ha. It's really so arrogant that makes people uncomfortable. But it doesn't matter, losers don't need these ridiculous things. Laozi agreed. But if you can't do it, Laozi will kill you. Laozi will also challenge you in the future. Leylin. Facing Leylin's invitation, Kaido's eyes flickered for a long time before Kaido slowly stood up. Standing in front of Leylin, Kaido, who was taller than the 2 Leylins, looked down at Leylin and spoke ferociously. Kaido, who couldn't beat Bullet, was a loser, so he joined Leylin's group without much resistance. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. As a loser, he has no reason to refuse. But Kaido is not someone who will give up his ambition just because of one failure. If Leylin is defeated in the future, if Leylin dies in the future, his Kaido will still be Kaido. And Kaido also believes that if Leylin is defeated, Leylin will be like him. Failure is failure. But failure does not mean decadence. If you can do it, just come on. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Me too. Faced with the ambition that was still unquiet in Kaido's words, Leylin didn't care. Leylin, who smiled ferociously, responded to Kaido's words. If he wants to be afraid of the challenges from his subordinates, then wouldn't he be regarded as too much of a loser as a head of state? If Kaido can do it, then do it. If Leylin dies in Kaido's hands, it means that he only needs Lin for this. If you can't beat Kaido, then Leylin won't talk about conquering the world. As a king and a head of state, if Leylin wants to become bigger and stronger, he needs to accommodate ambitious and courageous people. Otherwise, how can we conquer the world? Ha 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 ha. Regarding Leylin's answer, Kaido was not surprised because he would do the same. Kaido laughed from the bottom of his heart, as if he didn't have the decadence of a defeated person. Kaido is Kaido, he is who he is. Whether he joins Noxus or becomes Leylin's subordinate, Kaido will not bark like a defeated dog. He failed and was captured alive, which is all as it should be. What makes Kaido feel happy from the bottom of his heart is that Kaido has met a group of incredible people. Kaido, who is inspired to launch a world war, feels that he may be able to fulfill his ambition here in Leylin. Let them go. Kurag. 1. Looking at Kaido who was laughing, Leylin chuckled and turned to Kurag beside him, nodded and said. How could Leylin not be happy? Isn't it worth being happy that Noxus has another ruthless character? Although Kaido has not yet reached his peak power, there is no doubt that with one more Kaido, Noxus will be more likely to succeed. As for letting Kaido go, will he regret it and run away? Leylin wasn't worried at all. If what Kaido just said can be eaten, it proves that he is nothing more than Kaido, and Leylin will no longer think highly of Kaido. Moreover, they can take down Kaido once, and they can take down Kaido countless times. Just like those crooked beasts pirates, Noxus now kills them casually. Even without Leylin taking action, Noxus' combat power is enough to destroy the beasts pirates. Crash! Kurag, who received Leylin's order, got the key from Jun, and then opened the shackles on Kaido and Yin. Kaido and Yin, whose sea stones were released, and Zoan Devil Fruit, who was suppressed in their bodies, began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. After respite for so long, their physical strength has already recovered a lot, so they naturally have the physical strength to support their recovery. I heard that you are number 3, and Lao Zi wants to challenge you. As soon as Kaido was released, he slowly turned around and looked at Porosalino behind Leylin. After walking straight to Porosalino, he said to Porosalino with a ferocious smile. Kaido, who wants to recruit Leylin and Bullet, knows Noxus very well. Kaido, who had just had a fight with Bullet, felt that he was restrained by Bullet and now had no hope of defeating Bullet. But Kaido didn't want to start as a minion, so he chose to challenge Porosalino. Kaido wants to challenge Porosalino and he wants to become the third in command of Noxus. Even if he, Kaido, is defeated, he cannot be treated as a minion. Kaido, who couldn't wait to start the challenge as soon as he was released, made everyone except Leylin and Bullet look strange. You just joined and you want to challenge the third leader? No, do you have such a big heart? Are you not embarrassed at all? Have you become so familiar with it since you just joined? Also, it's not good for you to challenge anyone. Why don't you challenge Porosalino? Don't you know that Porosalino is a big BD? Looking at the tall figure standing in front of Porosalino, everyone began to think in their hearts. Who are you challenging? You want to challenge Porosalino? You want to challenge me? You win. You are now third in command. Looking at the tall Kaido in front of him, Porosalino took 2 seconds to think about it, then nodded to Kaido seriously and said in a deep voice. Porosalino watched the entire battle between Kaido and Bullet, and even participated in the ending. If it's a weak person, it's okay with Porosalino. But if it was Kaido, the old BD Porosalino would directly agree. If it weren't for the fact that no one else could defeat him, Porosalino would have stopped wanting to be the so-called third in command. If it were someone else, they might not give up their status so easily. But Porisalino is not anyone else, nor is he a normal person. It's impossible to fight Kaido. Porisalino would do no such trouble. Since Leylin has agreed to join Kaido, and since Kaido wants it, then Porisalino will give it to him. It just so happened that Porisalino didn't really want to do it either. Really? Porisalino's answer made the others couldn't help but raise their foreheads in helplessness. As expected, Porisalino, an old BD, agreed. Really are. What other people were breaking their heads to grab was like trouble to Porisalino, who couldn't wait to throw away. But Porisalino is not a normal person, so how can Kaido be a normal person? A hole. Are you insulting Laozi? Porisalino's rare serious answer made Kaido's face darken. Kaido, who felt like he was insulted, yelled at Porisalino with a dark face. He felt that Porisalino was giving him alms and insulting him. Although Kaido has no evidence, he is very unhappy with Porisalino. Zhao Hao, now. Ale? No. You must not misunderstand. I'm just afraid of trouble. Since you are equal, then this position is yours. Oh, right. Boss Leylin, are the defense team and other things also handed over to him? Kaido's reaction stunned Porisalino. What does Kaido mean? But Porisalino reacted quickly. Porisalino quickly explained to Kaido seriously, and turned to ask Leylin. Porisalino, that old BD, is planning to throw all his belongings to Kaido. But Porisalino's words made both of their faces darken. One is Leylin and the other is Kaido. The former was simply unhappy that Porisalino had arranged things for him to go around like rubbish. The latter felt that Porisalino was still insulting him. Porisalino offended two people at the same time with just one sentence. It has to be Porisalino. Chapter 103. Dressrosa, King's Heights. The originally broad King's Heights was now only a pile of ruins. Among the ruins, Noxian cotters wearing various levels of Noxian medals gathered around the senior cotter sitting on the chair. Whether they were ordinary cotters or top cotters, all of them had very strange expressions at this time. Some were suppressing laughter, some had expressions of helplessness, and some had expressions of submission. And everyone's eyes are on Porisalino, who is sitting next to Bullet, who is the first person on the right. Porisalino, who was being watched by everyone, looked a little miserable at this time. Under the tattered suit were various bandages. Porisalino's somewhat vulgar face now had an extremely obvious rod-shaped black mark. You were so seriously injured, how come you didn't die? Crocus, who stood next to Porisalino and led two nurses to bandage Porisalino, began to mutter about Porisalino while bandaging. This made Porisalino, whose face was already dark at this time, look even more ugly. Porisalino, who was beaten by Kaido, didn't want to talk at this time. That's right. The injury on Porisalino's body was caused by Kaido, who was sitting opposite Bullet and sitting on the left side below Leylin, with his upper body covered with bandages. Kaido is not a good-tempered person, plus Porisalino's inappropriate words. Finally, Kaido challenged Porisalino. Although Kaido consumed a lot of energy, after restricting the range of movement, Kaido spent 9 hours defeating Porisalino one-on-one. Perhaps there was a reason why Porisalino didn't want to fight, but Kaido also proved his strength to everyone in Noxus. Therefore, no one has any objections to Kaido replacing Porisalino and becoming the third in command of Noxus. The system of Noxus is a system of the weak and the strong. The strong can gain status in Noxus, and the weak can also see hope in Noxus. Call. Is everyone here? After Crocus put a bandage on Porisalino, Leylin, who was sitting in the main seat, turned his head slightly and asked Aoi next to him. As a child who grew up on Leylin's boat, Aoi, who has grown into a tall girl at this time, is also one of the most trusted members of Leylin. Aoi thus became the Grand Steward of Noxus. Quasi is responsible for some trivial matters and chores. Everyone is here, Führer. A total of 39 first-level cotters, 1 3rd level cotter, Big Bear, and 3 4th level cotters, Beckman, Myhawk, Crow, participated in the meeting. All special cotters and top cotters were present. Top officers, Bullet, Porisalano, Jun, Kuruk, Aoi. Special cotters, Tom, Kloba, Albia, Rouge. Aoi, who was holding a stack of documents and wearing a professional white women's suit, lowered her head slightly and softly reported the report to Leylin. Aoi's status in Noxus is special. Not only is she a member of the highest cotter, she is also Leylin's only assistant. Okay. Then let's get started. After hearing Aoi's report, Leylin nodded and said. After receiving Leylin's order, Aoi turned around and pushed out a blackboard with a huge New World chart from behind. Facing the huge New World map, the names of the various forces, main leaders, and other information of the intricate New World are clearly marked. After Aoi withdrew the blackboard, everyone present looked at Leylin with serious expressions. Now is no time for joking. Noxus, which is getting stronger, is becoming more and more formal. Before we officially start the meeting, I want to announce a few things. The first thing is about the defection of former 4th level cotter Gecko Moria. Yesterday afternoon, Moria, a 4th level cotter, contacted world government with the intention of colluding with world government to attack Dressrosa, and was discovered by Beckman. The evidence is conclusive, and both the person and the stolen goods were seized. Therefore, in the name of the head of state of Noxus, I declare that Moria will be stripped of her 4th level officer status, her limbs will be chopped off, and she will be imprisoned on death row. Here's a detailed report on Moria's defection, and what's happening with Morley now. Traitors cannot be tolerated. CBFC. Although this betrayal has not caused huge consequences, Moria's defection has also sounded the alarm for us. We must learn enough lessons from this incident to learn from others. Noxus can give everyone a fair future and equal treatment. But Noxus will never tolerate any traitors. Any form of betrayal, the betrayer will wash away his sins with his blood and life. After Aoi pushed out the blackboard, Leylin, who was sitting in the main seat, raised his hand slightly. After Leylin carried it, a dozen maids took pieces of printed paper and walked towards everyone present. When everyone got the document, Leylin's cold voice sounded again. Noxus is a formal organization, so even if Leylin wants to execute cotters, he will give an explanation to all Noxus cotters. When Noxus was first planned, it was not an organization like a warlord, but a formal organization with complete rules and regulations. Giving explanations to all cotters also reassures everyone. Otherwise, if you can casually hack a cotter to death today, will you be able to hack me to death tomorrow? Not everyone will think so, but some people will definitely think so. When everyone receives the file and starts browsing it, everyone's expressions were different. Some are gloomy, some are angry, some are silent, and some are disdainful and mocking. Everyone has a different opinion about Moria's fate. But without exception, no one sympathized with Moria. This is also the original intention of Leylin to establish complete laws and regulations. Everyone who joins a force is thinking about getting promoted and making a fortune. No one wants to live a precarious life. If political credibility collapses, it will undoubtedly be fatal to a huge force. Because the people below don't believe you anymore, then how can you govern the people below? Do you want to kill everyone? Then who will you rule? If Noxus' political credibility has collapsed at this stage, then who can believe Leylin's words? If no one believes what you say, who will sincerely work for you? Violence is sometimes useful, but not everything can be solved with violence. After taking in the expressions of everyone in front of him, Leylin chuckled and picked up the second thick document. Roger has already started his final voyage, and there is not much time left for Leylin. Leylin is going to speed up his pace. After dormant in the New World for more than 5 months, it was time for him to start his journey to Noxus. Now it's time for New World to be lively and lively. Chapter 104. The second thing is to officially announce that Kaido, the Beast, and Yin, the Calamity, will join Noxus. After the decision of the Noxus Supreme Council, Kaido was awarded the 11th level highest Cotter Medal, and the Fire Calamity Jin 1st level Cotter Medal was awarded. He also appointed Kaido to form the 2nd Legion of Noxus as the commander, and appointed Kuruk as the deputy commander of the 2nd Legion. The 2nd Corps will draw elite backbones from the 1st Corps to serve as officers at all levels of the 2nd Corps. The specific number and method of replenishment of the 2nd Army will be announced later. The 3rd level Cotter Yin is appointed as the deputy commander of the Dressrosa garrison. Order, Pora Salino, the former commander of the Noxian garrison, to remove himself from the post of commander of the Dressrosa garrison. Appointed Cotter Formai Hawk, former commander of the 1st Combat Brigade of the 1st Noxian Legion, as commander of the Dressrosa garrison corps. Ordered Polo Salino, the former commander of the Dressrosa garrison corps, to form the Noxian Supervisory Force and will serve as the 1st commander of the Noxian Supervisory Force. Order, Big Bear, the former commander of the Noxian 1st Legion and 2nd Legion, serves as the deputy commander of the Noxian Supervisory Force. The Noxus Supervision Force will be responsible for monitoring everyone in Noxus and investigating the traitors and evil parties with ulterior motives within Noxus. The Noxian Oversight Force will report directly to the Noxian Conclave. The Noxian Supervisory Force will have the right to select and kill Noxian Cotters below level 5 and Noxian members. The Noxian Oversight Force will also have the power to detain and arrest all Cotters below the top Cotters of Noxus. Order, appoint Jun, the 10th level highest Cotter in Noxus, to serve as the chief executive of the Noxian administrative government. Order, appointing Beckman, a Noxian 4th level Cotter, to serve as deputy director of the Noxian administrative government. Order, Noxian 4th level Cotter Raven was appointed as Noxus Minister of External Affairs. Noxus is responsible for communicating with the outside world and contacting all forces. Order, appoint Noxian Special Cotter Crocus as Minister of Noxian Medical Department. The Medical Department will be responsible for the establishment of the 1st Legion, the 2nd Legion, and medical institutions at all levels in Noxus. Order, Noxian Special Agent Tom, serves as the Noxian Director of Shipping. The Ship Department is responsible for the construction of various warships and civilian ships. Order, Noxian Special Cotter Kroba, served as the 1st Dean of Noxus Academy. Kroba is responsible for establishing academies at all levels in Noxus. The above is the second thing. Everyone must remember that Noxus will not reject anyone who joins Noxus. As long as you have the ability and strength, Noxus will give you the corresponding status. In Noxus, honor and status, power and glory are in the hands of everyone. Leylin looked at everyone and began to announce the second thing, the new appointment of personnel. Since Leylin plans to start a new war, he must make various preparations. Noxus is no longer just a small organization with Leylin and Bullet. Only by determining the organizations at all levels can we achieve the highest and most efficient performance. Facing Leylin's series of orders, some of the people at the scene were happy and some were sad. Leylin's order was based on the performance of these people in Dressrosa in the past few months. Some people may be satisfied with what they get, but some are not very satisfied either. This is also human nature. However, no one questioned Leylin's order. In Dressrosa, in Noxus, the orders issued by the Noxian Supreme Council need to be strictly followed. The third thing is the arrangements for the future. The next strategic focus of Noxus is to clear and occupy all the sea areas near Dressrosa. With the radius from Dressrosa to the Fishmen Island, completely occupy all nearby sea areas. All countries willing to surrender allegiance to Noxus can enjoy the treatment of Noxian citizens. If a country encounters violent resistance, the king's city will execute all the princes and nobles, and all the citizens under its jurisdiction will be treated as slaves. To conquer various countries, islands, and forces, priority is given to using slave cannon fodder. Prioritize the use of slave engineering corps from the construction of various islands and towns at all levels in Noxus. The First Army and the Second Army are responsible for the specific war. The replenishment of the bottom troops of the Second Legion is determined by Kaido and Kuruk. They can be selected from the surrendered soldiers or recruited by themselves. First Corps same as above, supplemented. The Maid Corps will be responsible for following the First and Second Legions and recording everyone's achievements. Dressrosa is just the starting point for Noxus. Next is the beginning of Noxus' official journey in the New World. Glory, power, status, wealth. Everything will be in your hands. Therefore, I wish you all good luck in martial arts. Leylin, who was sitting in the main seat with a blackboard and a chart on his left, pointed at the huge chart and arranged it word by word. At present, Noxus has completely digested the population of Dressrosa. With the population expanding to hundreds of thousands, Noxus is also able to start the next step. Leylin's operational goal at this stage is to establish a complete industrial system of Noxus and improve and optimize Noxus' war potential. Food must be eaten one bite at a time. If Noxus wants to annex the world, it must first annex the New World. In order to annex New World, Leylin needs to have enough manpower to digest the territory he occupies. Noxus is not a pirate, it just needs to plant a flag there. What Noxus wants to do is complete conquest. Yes. Clear. After Leylin issued the next phase of the war plan, everyone present, whether you are new or have joined for a long time, please give me flowers. Whether it is the highest cadre or the lowest cadre. Everyone's eyes became wild. War equals merit equals status equals power. In Noxus, which is famous for its military exploits, there is no one who does not desire military exploits. Because military merit equals status equals merit points equals power and wealth. As long as you have enough merit points in Noxus, whether it is devil fruit, power, status, or wealth, Noxus can satisfy you. The Dressrosa government is responsible for allocating enough manpower. After the First Army and the Second Army conquer the island, the administrative agencies and administrative personnel need to be in place as soon as possible. The Dressrosa government, the medical department, the ship department, and the logistics department jointly coordinated all the logistics support work for this war. The remains of all warriors who died fighting for Noxus will be buried in the cemetery behind King's Heights. The families of all soldiers who died fighting for Noxus will enjoy the treatment of first-class Noxian citizens. All children and orphans of soldiers who died fighting for Noxus will enjoy preferential treatment from governments at all levels. The war in the New World has begun. The future of Noxus will be entrusted to you. Leylin, who did not let everyone sit down, slowly stood up and made the final arrangements. In this troubled world, the best way to inspire everyone's morale and loyalty is something that other forces do not have. That's the guarantee of peace of mind. Noxus is an organization with a complete governance system, and all Leylin will protect all warriors who died fighting for Noxus. Only when everyone has no worries can they risk their lives for Noxus. Although Leylin's Noxus is called Noxus, some of its systems are also borrowed from that 1,000-year-old country. Conquering the world is not something you can do by treating yourself to a meal or just shouting slogans. Revolution must have faith and substance, so that people can be brave and fearless of death. Noxus. Noxus. Upon hearing Leylin's arrangements, all the cadres present were stunned for a moment. But then their eyes became even more fanatical. With bloodshot eyes, they began to act like Noxians feverishly. If given the choice, no one would be willing to risk their lives to die for others. But if their own death can be exchanged for their family's future, then many people will choose to risk their lives. In this troubled world where human lives are at stake, the effect of Leylin's policies is extremely significant. When slaves who have never experienced glory and dignity feel the dignity of being a human being for the first time, they will not be afraid of death. If you have never seen the light, no one will be afraid of the dark. But if everyone sees the light, no one will want to go back to the darkness again. This is the advantage of Noxus, and it is also the characteristic that distinguishes Noxus from other organizations. Chapter 105. Noxus, Dressrosa. The head of state orders. Dressrosa will enter a state of war. All warriors who died fighting for Noxus will be buried in the King of Heroes cemetery behind the king's place. All soldiers who died fighting for Noxus will be recorded in the history of Noxus and be remembered by Noxus. The families of all soldiers who died fighting for Noxus will enjoy first-class citizenship treatment in Noxus. All the descendants of soldiers who died fighting for Noxus will be given priority to be admitted to the highest academy of Noxus and to be admitted to the Noxian government and military academies. The above is the order of the head of state. All those who have contributed to Noxus will be remembered by everyone in Noxus. Noxus will never forget all those who gave their lives for Noxus. On the 520 field of Dressrosa's spacious Noxian Glory Square, there was a man wearing a black fuchsia tunic suit with a bronze first-class cotter medal hanging on his chest. Holding the issued order, he loudly announced the latest decision of the Supreme Council to the crowds of people surrounding the square. Oh! Noxus! Viva heads! Noxus will rise! For Noxus! Long live Noxus! Viva heads! After this man's announcement, the crowded square was silent for a long time before shouts resounding throughout the sky. These lowest-level civilians will not care about what decision you make, they will only care about what your decision will do to them. The results are obvious. The policies and decisions made by Leylin have received a huge response. In this world with slavery, in this world with divine right of kings, Leylin's decision and Noxus policy are undoubtedly driving people crazy. As civilians, they have no right to choose their own identity in this world based on blood. But Noxus gives everyone the hope of changing their class, and also gives everyone the dignity and protection they need most. In the kingdom system, common people are common people, and GUI people are nobles. These things were born with them, but Noxus gave them all hope. As long as they work hard, they can change their class. As long as they work hard, their children can go to the kind of school that only nobles could attend in the past. As long as they work hard, their children can enjoy the same starting point as other people's children. And these real things are much stronger than those slogans. The lowest common people don't care about the so-called justice or the so-called glory. At the bottom, they only care about their own lives and the hopes of their descendants. The things Leylin gave them were also the most real things that made everyone crazy. Again, if everyone's interests are tied to Noxus, then Noxus is the most just organization for them. This scene in Glory Square also appeared in every corner of Noxus. As Leylin issued those orders, the entire Dressrosa was boiling. Whether they are civilians, military personnel, or guest-level workers. At this moment, everyone on Dressrosa has fanatical faith and blazing hope in their eyes. It was also from this moment that Dressrosa began to set off a craze. Various factories began to increase production of weapons, ammunition, and ships. Institutions at all levels have also begun to frantically educate key and administrative staff. Dressrosa, under the rule of Noxus, was running at high speed like a machine operating at full power. Everyone began to make final preparations for the next war in Noxus. The second half of the Grand Line, deep in the New World, Oro Island. This huge island called Oro Island is an island floating in the sky. The one who rules this island is the great pirate Golden Lion Shiki. Admiral. The fleet is ready and we are ready to begin the war against Noxus. In the huge palace in the center of Oro Island, a woman wearing a waistcoat and bare chest, with crazy eyes flashing, loudly reported to Shiki who was sitting on the throne. At this time, the flying pirates, who had not yet experienced the Battle of Et Wall, were still the largest and strongest pirate group in the New World. In this era when the Golden Lion was at its peak, even Whitebeard had to avoid its edge. After all, Whitebeard loves to take in children, and those captains who will become famous in the future are still just children. Golden Lion is also the pirate closest to rocks and the most famous pirate at present. If it hadn't been for the Battle of Et Wall, this era might have been called Golden Lion. At this time, Golden Lion was not as decadent as it was then. This man, who exudes a domineering aura like a lion, is still preparing to deal with Leylin, the BD who dared to provoke him. The Golden Lion has not forgotten Leylin, but because his family has a big business, he has not yet taken out his hand to kill Leylin. But that doesn't mean Golden Lion has forgotten Leylin. Call. Abandon the war against Noxus. Order those bastards to start looking for Roger. Roger, come to New World. After hearing the report, Golden Lion did not issue an order to launch a war. Golden Lion slowly put down the newspaper and issued an intriguing order with excited eyes. Compared to little brats like Leylin, Golden Lion was more interested in Roger's figure. Golden Lion and Roger are undoubtedly figures of the same era. Just like Kaido and Leylin, so the Golden Lion is now more looking for Roger than Leylin. Rather than mere provocation, Golden Lion wants to rule the world. And Roger is the partner Golden Lion is looking for. So after seeing the news that Roger entered the New World, the Golden Lion gave up its conquest of Leylin. Golden Lion wants to find Luo 1.7G and join forces with him to rule the world. With Roger's help, I hope he can realize his dream. Ah! Golden Lion's willful order immediately confused the woman standing in the hall. After preparing for so long, you just gave up. So willful? That's the BD who slapped the entire Sky Pirates in the face. Just give up like that? Roll. As a pirate through and through, Golden Lion shouted coldly after seeing the woman's confused and surprised look. Not all pirates care about what their subordinates think. In Golden Lion's Sky Pirates, Golden Lion's words are absolute, and Golden Lion's orders are unquestionable. Therefore, Golden Lion would not look down upon this woman who hesitated about his orders. Chapter 106. Extra Number. Extra Number. The great pirate with a bounty of 1.6 billion, Kaido of the Beasts, joins Noxus with the Beasts pirates. Kaido of the Beasts becomes the left hand of the great pirate Leylin. Is the world about to be destroyed? Is the era of great pirates coming? New World Marine Great Defeat. The extremely vicious great pirate, the leader of Noxus, Leylin, surrounded the First Legion and launched a night attack on the Clint Kingdom in the first half of the New World. The extremely vicious Noxus pirates announced their occupation of the 7th branch of the original Marine New World. Big Mom, the great pirate with a bounty of 2.9 billion, the strongest woman in the world, and the queen of all kingdoms, will hold a wedding on Cake Island with Lilian Yuling, the crown prince of the kingdom of Loco. The strongest marine in the new era, Dark Tiger Admiral, launches a plan to clear the first half of the Grand Line. Factions within Marine are divided, and Marine Admiral King Tu and Marine Admiral Huang Ji clash in Sabayati. A hero or a criminal, on the 7 warlords of the Sea Black Titanium massacre of the city. About the great pirate Whitebeard's evaluation of the world's strongest pirate group, Golden Lion. Omen of war in the New World, the entire Sky Pirates assemble. 21 The great pirate Ryaga Seku, who has a bounty of 1.82 billion, announces the launch of a war against the 7 warlords of the Sea Ayanara. The collision between Shishibukai and the great pirate. 7 warlords of the sea advancing into the New World. Within 3 months, as Noxus began its journey, the whole world began to become lively. Whether it's marine, pirates, or Noxus, they are all constantly on the verge of going berserk. And New World has become the center of chaos. First of all, with Marine completely withdrawing from New World is completely out of control. Without Marine's checks and balances, pirate groups of all sizes in the New World, whether famous or unknown, began to expand and plunder territory. Like a group of hyenas smelling blood, they began to crazily encroach on the territory left by Marine. Of course, the biggest victims of Marine's withdrawal are not these pirates, but the franchise countries protected by the world government. As bait to disrupt the New World, these franchise countries abandoned by the world government have become the #1 targets of these pirate hyenas. Of course, world government has not given up on all New World franchise countries. Some of the larger and more valuable world government franchise countries are still protected by Marine's power. The countries that were abandoned were all countries deemed useless by the world government. However, in the chaos of New World, only 3 things stand out the most. One is to conquer the great pirate Barbarossa Kaido, start an indiscriminate conquest of the surrounding areas, and Noxus rises strongly. In these 3 months, the First Legion led by Bullet destroyed 18 countries. Although in this world where every small island can be called a country, 18 countries is not many. But by the way, Bullet killed more than 20 pirates who had a bounty of over 100 million, and successfully made Noxus' reputation famous in the New World. After all, although Leylin cut off Zephyr's arm and Noxus defeated Buster Call, those things are not enough to see in the New World. In the New World where big pirates are entrenched, only solid achievements can make one's reputation more famous. Therefore, Bullet's record of slaughtering more than 20 pirates with a bounty of over 100 million made the pirates of New World begin to take this new power of New World seriously. The second thing is the 7 warlords of the sea entering the New World. I don't know whether it was to deal with the war launched by Noxus against the surrounding areas, or to further disrupt the muddy waters of the New World. As soon as they gathered 7 desperate pirates, the 7 warlords of the sea were sent to New World by the world government. The result is also obvious. The territory of New World is so large, there are so many forces from all sides, and there are so many big pirates. Therefore, when the 7 warlords of the sea entered the New World, they naturally had a huge conflict with the pirates and various forces in the New World. During this time, I heard every day that the 7 warlords of the sea were at war with the New World. However, these have nothing to do with Leylin for the time being. Noxus stationed on the route of Dressrosa has not yet received the influence of these 7 warlords of the sea. The third thing is the collision between Golden Lion and Roger Pirates. Under the insistence of Golden Lion, who has a big business in his family, the Sky Pirates found the Roger Pirates, but the 2 sides were obviously not very happy, and a huge conflict broke out. Although the Roger Pirates escaped, the Sky Pirates are still looking for the Roger Pirates all over the world. It can be said that the entire New World landscape is changing like clockwork. In the New World, where wars occur every day, countless bodies are thrown into the sea to feed the fish every day. But there are countless pirates entering the New World every day. Killing, desire, and war have made New World more and more turbulent. New World, Noxus Sea, Noxus Base Camp Dressrosa Island, King's Highlands. As the Noxus Base Camp with an increasingly famous name, Dressrosa has also become an island with a very famous name in the first half of the New World. After Leylin opened up Dressrosa's external communication channels, countless merchants, pirates, and bounty hunters entered this island connected to the second half of the New World every day. And as the name of Noxus becomes more and more famous, many wealthy people have begun to be attracted by the absolute safety and beauty advertised in Dressrosa. Dressrosa, which planned countless entertainment venues from the very beginning, has also begun to become an entertainment city in the first half of the New World. Currently, the Second Corps has completed the formation of basic personnel on Lurge's Island. The Second Legion is on Lilge's Island, with the original Beasts Pirates crew as the backbone, and has been expanded to 6 parties and 5 combat brigades. After completing the expansion, the Second Corps began to set sail towards the Fishmen Island. Mr. Tom has followed the 2nd Regiment to the Fishmen Island. The 1st Army Corps has completed its personnel reorganization and has reached the size of 100,000 and 17 combat brigades. The 1st Army Corps began to advance the second phase of its combat plan. The Dressrosa government has completed the establishment of administrative institutions for a total of 27 kingdoms and a total of 43 islands. At present, there are 31 provincial-level administrative agencies and 193 other-level administrative agencies. At present, the number of people we rule has reached 6.63 million. The Garrison Corps has completed coverage of the administrative province. The Supreme College has also completed coverage of all 767 administrative provinces. The surveillance forces have executed 3,673 traitors and world government spies. The surveillance force has completed the establishment of its intelligence agency. The Noxus compendium has completed coverage of all administrative provinces. The current number of slaves has reached 1.92 million. The above is yesterday's customer-level work report. Kuei, who grew her hair long and looked more aloof, stood next to Leylin, who was sitting on the sofa, holding a pile of documents and reporting to Leylin. Now that the stall is spread out, Leylin no longer needs to work hard to deal with some basic affairs. Leylin now only needs to control the focus of various tasks on Dressrosa Island, and the tone is enough. With Dressrosa and hundreds of thousands of Noxian citizens who recognize the Noxian system, Noxus has passed the stage of human shortage. Now it's just a matter of snowballing to the point where Noxus can endure the next stage. After this stage is passed, Noxus will begin a full-scale conquest of the new world. Conquering the world is a long and difficult process, and this matter cannot be rushed. Well, continue to push forward with all work. Total war in the new world is not far away. We can start preparations for the second plan of new world. After hearing Aui's report, Leylin nodded slightly. The first half of the New World plan went smoothly, but this does not mean that conquering the New World will be that simple. The first half of the New World channel where Leylin is located is just a side dish, and it will become more difficult as you go to the back. Chapter 107. The Führer, Du Felder, and members of the Mads Peace Institute have arrived. Do you want to summon them? After Leylin responded to Kuei, Crow, who had been waiting for a long time, bowed his head slightly to Leylin and asked for instructions in a deep voice. Currently, Crow is Noxus' external minister. Whether it is commerce, transactions, or exchanges, Crow is responsible for everything. The Du Felder and Mads mentioned by Crow were ordered by Leylin and Beckman to find them. As an ambitious traveler, Leylin will not give up on the important help he can find. This is true for the Pluton battleship, which has now begun secret construction of the main body, and the same is true for the future Poseidon Shirahoshi. So, too, does Du Felder and the Mads Peace Research Institute. Leylin is still very concerned about the development of Pacifist and Seraph Vegapunk in the future. Well, that's right. Leylin came to these people in order to develop artificial devil fruit, Pacifist, and Seraph Vegapunk. As for the others, they are just tax on. All Leylin cares about is Vegapunk. Well, let them come in. After hearing the Crow's report, Leylin's eyes showed a hint of excitement that he hadn't seen in a long time. Leylin, with a smile on his face, nodded to the Crow and said softly. Technology is the world's #1 productive force. Noxus wants to overthrow the world government, and the help of these technologies cannot be ignored. Imagine that in the future Noxus brings a group of low-end versions of Kaido, a group of low-end versions of Porosalino, a group of low-end versions of Beckman, and a group of low-end versions of Mihawk on the Red Line. Isn't that exciting to imagine? Learn. Bring them in. Beckman. After hearing Leylin's words, Crow was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. Crow was stunned for a moment, not because he was afraid of Leylin, but because he actually felt that Leylin was a little excited. This is no simple matter. At this stage of development, Leylin rarely shows excited expressions anymore. Even though Bullet conquered so many islands, Leylin's performance was mediocre. The last time Leylin showed an excited expression, he joined them a few months ago. This made Crow have to think more. Leylin didn't know what the Crow was thinking. Leylin just wanted to see the legendary scientist now. Leylin didn't let Leylin wait much longer. After the Crow informed Beckman, Beckman quickly led a group of people into the manor. Looking at these tall or short, fat or thin guys, a trace of doubt flashed in Crow's eyes. He didn't see any special peaks in these people. They were all as weak as Bullet's soldiers. He was not questioning Leylin's vision, but he was a little confused about what was special about these people. However, sometimes people's joys and sorrows are not the same. Felder and the scientists from the Institute of Peace, who were forcibly brought to Dressrosa by Beckman and Crow, became a little cautious when they entered the place. Especially after seeing Leylin, whose bounty had reached 2.3 billion, their nervousness became even more obvious. Not everyone has the courage to remain calm despite the collapse of Mount Tai. To put it bluntly, as long as Leylin gives the order, all of them tied together are not enough for Noxus to kill. Furor. Felder and everyone from the Peace Research Institute have been brought to. Beckman, who was leading a group of people, had no intention of caring about the mood of the people behind him. After bringing this group of strange people to Leylin, Beckman gave Leylin a Noxian military salute and then lowered his head to report. Noxian military salute, make a fist with your right hand and place the hammer on the left side in front of your heart. Thanks a lot. Beckman. You and the Crow go down and rest first. Back to work next week. Leylin nodded slowly to Beckman and whispered to Beckman. Leylin, who had had enough of the 996 work system in his previous life, did not let the people below work 097. On the contrary, Leylin attaches great importance to the balance between work and rest. Yes. Furor. After respectfully responding to Leylin, Beckman and Crow left the manor. After the two left, only Leylin, Aoi, Feld and these scientists were left in the manor. Leylin rarely lets his maids come here because this is an important place for Noxus affairs. After the crows left, the lawn fell down. Just when Felder, who was sweating on his forehead, was considering whether to speak first, Leylin had already spoken. The king of usury Mr. Felder, and all the scientists. I'm Leylin. I'm sorry that you have traveled thousands of miles to come here. But please forgive me for someone who is so thirsty for talents. Looking at Felder in front of him, as well as the scientists who were younger than the original and the still young Buckingham Stussy, Leylin smiled kindly and spoke. Although Leylin cared about Vegapunk, Leylin did not speak directly. Sometimes acting too hastily can backfire. P.S. Bajin Gorm Stussy is the prototype of Queen of the Pleasure District Stussy. She is also the old woman who calls herself Whitebeard's lover and leads Whitebeard to Weibul to kill everyone in the original work. Your invitation is our honor. Mr. Leylin, please don't say that. We already admire you. It is our great honor to meet you. Facing Leylin's hypocritical politeness, Felder, who was not yet the so-called lone shark king in the underground world, forced a smile and bowed his head to Leylin and said politely. Don't look at the high status of a person like Felder who lives in the underground world. But in fact, people like Felder are nothing compared to the great pirates of the New World. Not to mention Leylin, any one of Leylin's Bullet, Kaido, and Porosalino could kill Felder with blood. The difference between Felder and Leylin is like the difference between Huang Jinrong and the Warlord. 10 Felds were not enough for Noxus to kill. Therefore, under this huge power gap, the more polite Leylin is, the more scared Felder will be. If he didn't have no choice, Felder would not come to Noxus base camp in person even if he died. That's too polite, Mr. Field. I have heard of your deeds in funding the Peace Research Institute for world peace. I admire people like you who work tirelessly for world peace. And I also admire your actions in the underground world very much. Facing the somewhat frightened Felder, Leylin smiled and said. Although with Leylin's strength, there is no need to waste so many words with Felder. But in order to leave a good impression on Vegapunk, I still have to talk nonsense with Feld. Excellent scientists like Vegapunk are still very important. However, Leylin's words made Felder feel cold. Broke in. This Dio Mao is for the Peace Research Institute. Felder, a man of genius, immediately heard Leylin's purpose and creation from Leylin's words. 0. Chapter 108. You're too kind. Compared with you, I am just a small fuss. To tell you the truth, I am also worried about the Peace Research Institute now. As a man who can prosper in the underground world and the new world in the future, Duffield has a very active mind. Felder, who heard Leylin's purpose, took less than 2 seconds to make a decision. Felder, who had made a decision, answered Leylin somewhat flatteringly. Felder knew that Leylin was interested in the Institute of Peace, so Felder decisively chose to give up. Sometimes you give up in order to live a better life. Although he didn't know why Leylin fell in love with the Peace Research Institute, Felder, who was casually brought here by 2 unknown people, knew that he did not have the strength to reject Leylin's will. Dignity, courage, etc. are all based on living. Felder, who has been in the New World for so many years, understands this truth better than those passionate young people. It was precisely because he knew this that Felder gave up decisively. If you don't have the strength to protect something, it's better to let it go. At least if he let go, he could survive, and he might even be able to hook up with Leylin. The increasingly chaotic New World made Felder smell the wave of war. Being humble is sometimes not because of cowardice, but sometimes it is a kind of wisdom. With Leylin hard steel, even 10 Felds are not enough to kill Leylin. After hearing Felder's words, Leylin showed a playful smile. How could he not understand what Felder said? 430 Although Felder was not very good looking, Leylin still liked to communicate with such a smart person. At least Felder is better than the pirates who arrived at Dressrosa and challenged him without knowing the heights of the sky. Although this kind of character who mediates between big pirates to survive does not have strong power, it can still produce miraculous effects if used well. But one code equals one code, and things are not generalized. Sometimes it is too absolute and will push some characters who are in a neutral position to the opposite side. Strength is one aspect, but sometimes it is also important to put a layer of hypocrisy on yourself. Felder, we don't have to resort to false pretenses. Make an offer. I want them. Leylin rested his elbows on the armrests, leaned back on the chair, supported the side of his face with his right hand, tilted his head and looked at Felder in front of him, and spoke with a smile every word. Since Felder is aware of current affairs, Leylin will not grab it directly. Otherwise, who would dare to do business with Leylin in the future? In this current situation, Leylin needs to win over some neutral people. Sometimes, one's own people and groups are valuable. The world is a big place, and Noxus cannot follow the old path of Valoran. Eat rice one bite at a time. Things should be done step by step. CBFF. Your generosity frightens the villain. But please do not refuse. The Institute of Peace has a far more promising future under your command than under a villain. Therefore, whether it is for world peace or their future, I cannot accept any money from you. Otherwise, wouldn't it make me lose my voice? Therefore, please do not refuse. The world needs peace, the world needs you and Noxus. Dear Mr. Leylin. As a ruthless person who can survive until the beginning of the plot in the New World, is Felder some short-sighted waste? Duffield immediately understood the point of Leylin's polite words. Felder, who had a flattering and sincere smile on his face, bowed slightly and bowed his head to humbly compliment Leylin. Felder is not an idiot. It is not that he cannot guess what Leylin is planning to do with the Institute of Peace. But those things don't matter to him, Felder. After hearing Leylin's hypocritical politeness, Felder understood one thing, that is, he who offered himself to the Peace Research Institute had an opportunity. Felder has seen many big pirates, even Golden Lion and Whitebeard, Felder has also dealt with them. But whether it's Golden Lion, Whitebeard, or other pirates, in front of them, Felder could feel their contempt. Moreover, pirates who believe in the law of the jungle will rarely be polite. Even if those pirates showed the most hypocritical politeness, no one would do anything to him. Duffield. Therefore, Felder realized that Leylin was different from other pirates. Felder knew how much he was worth, and he also knew that Leylin's ambition was probably not small. But those things are not important. As a businessman in the underground world, Feld only considers interests. If Leylin can communicate and negotiate, then he may not be unable to make a fortune. In the new world where the strong are entrenched, Du Felder also wants to become bigger and stronger. For Du Felder, it is undoubtedly a good deal to exchange an unsustainable peace research institute in exchange for a connection with Leylin. Although Leylin's power has not climbed to the strongest echelon in the new world, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Leylin is a fierce dragon crossing the river. As long as Leylin does not die, Noxus will definitely become a major force in the new world in the future. Du Felder still has some discernment. He. You're the one with the brains, Du Felder. Since you said so, I will accept the Peace Research Institute. However, Noxus is most particular about courtesy. All those who show kindness to Noxus will be friends of Noxus. So, I wonder if Mr. Du Felder is interested in making a deal with Noxus. Hearing Du Felder's words, Leylin sat up slightly, then smiled and asked Du Felder. There are very few people who can survive in the new world. The Du Felder in front of him must have a big plan if he doesn't seek small profits. However, Leylin doesn't care. Again, if you're valuable, Noxus doesn't care what ambitions you have. Even Leylin, a rebellious guy like Moria, can tolerate him until he takes the initiative to rebel, so what does a mere Feld mean to him? Du Felder can bring value to Noxus, and Noxus will give him friendship. If Du Felder has no value, then Noxus knows no waste. Appreciate further details. Mr. Leylin. Leylin's words made Du Felder's breathing quicken. Although Du Felder quickly suppressed his inner feelings, there was still a trace of sadness on his face with a false smile. Du Felder is not the emperor of the underworld now. He is just a moneylender in the new world underground world now. Therefore, even though Du Felder was mentally very strong, he still failed because of Leylin's words. For Du Felder now, even a little bit of leakage from Leylin and Noxus is enough to make him eat a lot. Not to mention, making money is just a trivial matter. What excites Du Felder is Leylin's friendship with Noxus. If he can catch up with Leylin, Du Felder will definitely make a profit without losing anything. He. Noxus needs devil fruit, people, food. I wonder if Mr. Du Felder can provide convenience. Looking at Du Felder in front of him, Leylin smiled and spoke out his request. Leylin, who looted the Sky Island gold and forcibly developed the Noxian merit system, needed to turn the gold and Bailey in his hands into useful things. For an ambitious man like Leylin, there was no use piling money there. Money is useful only if it plays its due value. But these two simple words from Leylin made Du Felder breathe quickly. Leylin's words basically mean to Du Felder's ears that he is going to get rich. Chapter 109. Under the watchful eyes of Leylin and Vegapunk, Geisa Curran, Vinsmoke Judge, and Quinn, Du Felder, who had an excited smile on his face, was taken out of the manor by Aoi, who had a cold aura. How could Du Felder, who was not mentally abnormal, refuse Leylin's request? Therefore, Du Felder, who had made a deal with Leylin, was taken down. Leylin is the head of state of Noxus, but not everything is in charge of Leylin. Leylin has always believed that professional matters should be left to professionals. Take this matter as an example. As the big boss, Leylin only needs to decide the direction of cooperation. Leylin will leave the rest to Du Felder. Whoever negotiates with Du Felder and what the negotiated price will be discussed with the external crows, Noxian Administrator Jun and other relevant units. The final contract will be handed over to Leylin for review and signature. Leylin is not an omniscient and omnipotent person, and Leylin does not have so much time to care about these miscellaneous things. As the leader, just grasp the general direction and set the basic direction. Let the professionals do the rest, that's enough. Moreover, if everything has to be done by Leylin, then why does Leylin need so many people? It's our turn. Dear scientists! After Du Felder was taken out of the manor by Aoi, Leylin put the newly lit cigar on his lips and spoke to Vegapunk and others with a smile. Reaching those deals with Du Felder was just something Leylin decided on the spur of the moment when Du Felder understood the current situation. Leylin paid more attention to the Vegapunk in front of him than Du Felder, a businessman in the underground world. No matter what world we are in, technology is always useful. In this unscientific and extraordinary world, Leylin's Noxus must use some special means if it wants to overtake the world government in a corner. Therefore, Vegapunk, which can create seraphs, pacifists, and even devil fruit in the future, is very important to Leylin. However, after hearing Leylin's words, four punks and others looked at each other in shock. Although they are smart scientists, Vegapunk and the others are not omniscient and omnipotent people, and they do not know what Leylin's purpose is. Moreover, facing a ruthless character like Leylin with a reputation for evil made them feel very uneasy. They are scientists, not strong men. Their strength is not their fists, but their wisdom and brains. But unfortunately, their power was useless in front of Leylin. So they, who were feeling anxious, did not answer Leylin's opening remarks. Instead, they looked at each other in silence, standing in front of Leylin and looking at Leylin. Not knowing the cause and effect, and not knowing what Leylin wanted to do, they could only choose to remain unchanged in response to external changes. No matter what Leylin wants to do, they only have to deal with it now. They have no confidence in defeating the man in front of them who has a bounty of more than 2 billion. Don't be nervous, I respect science and smart people very much. Of course, Noxus only cares about worthy people. Those who are hostile to Noxus will suffer a terrible end. However, after all, this is our first meeting. I wonder who among you can introduce your research topic to me? Noxus is very willing to contribute its own strength to world peace. Looking at the nervous scientists in front of him, Leylin smiled and said easily. Leylin still plans to slowly take advantage of these guys who have great value. Leylin doesn't want to be like the world government in the future, where his house is robbed in the middle of a fight. Vegapunk, this genius, stabbed the world government in the back in the future. Hearing Leylin's easygoing words with a naked threat, Vegapunk and others looked at each other again. Although there was a threat in Leylin's words, Leylin's attitude surprised them. They thought that Leylin, who had a reputation for being evil, would be some extremely evil person. But now, at a glance, Leylin is at least a person who is willing to put down his posture and talk to weaklings like them. Before getting Du Felder to invest, Vegapunk and the others met many people. But even if he pretends like Leylin, not many people can pretend. In this ignorant world, there are still very few people who value technology. Their research seems more like a dream to many people in this world. Therefore, the attitude of Leylin, a great pirate with a bounty of more than 2 billion, surprised them very much. Although Leylin's attitude surprised them, none of them dared to criticize him. After looking at each other for a while, they didn't dare to keep Leylin waiting any longer, and turned to one of the two blonde women with the same appearance behind them and nodded. After Vegapunk and others signaled, the blonde woman, who was much taller than the other woman, walked out of the crowd. Dear Mr. Leylin, my name is Stussy. I am also a security officer at the Institute of Peace. Let me introduce to you the research direction of the Institute of Peace. Please understand that Mr. Vegapunk and everyone else are not very good at talking after all. Standing in front of Vegapunk and others, the blonde woman facing Leylin bowed slightly, and then spoke softly to Leylin in an extremely polite manner. Although Stussy is over 1.7 meters tall, she looks like a porcelain doll in front of Leylin. Please give me flowers. But Stussy didn't have any timidity, and these seemingly respectful words were full of neither humility nor arrogance. This is not because Stussy is brave, nor is it because Stussy is strong. This is purely because Stussy is a clone. And her original version is the short woman behind the crowd at this time. He. No problem. Leylin, who knew that the woman in front of him was an android, looked at Stussy and Bajan thoughtfully. Leylin, observing the difference between the two, smiled and said something casually to Stussy. Bajingam Stussy is the original version of Stussy, so we use Bajan and Stussy to distinguish it. Mads Peace Institute is a philanthropic industry sponsored by Mr. Du Felder. Our purpose is to try to promote world peace through scientific research. 0. Although, except for Mr. Vegapunk, no one in the entire team is researching in this direction. However, it is also because of this that the Institute of Peace has so many research directions. Please allow me to first introduce to you the self-cloning project of the Mads Peace Research Institute's 10 scientific research projects. As you can see, I am a product of the Human Cloning Project. This scientific research project is currently our only project that has achieved actual results. The second scientific research project is the mass production project of killing weapons secretly established by Mr. Geisa Courant, Mr. Vinsmoke Judge and Mr. Quinn behind Mr. Vegapunk's back. The remaining 2 projects are Artificial Devil Fruit and Blood Factor. Although except for the Human Cloning Project, the other projects have not achieved any results for the time being. But there is no doubt that the Mads Peace Institute is worth your investment. Mads Peace Institute will provide you and Noxus with plenty of value too. Please believe it. Although Stussy is an artificial person, she is not a fool. Unlike scientists who are inexperienced in the world, although Stussy is not a CP yet, she has collected information about Noxus on the way here. It was precisely because of this that she said the words that made Vegapunk and others change their minds. Because Stussy knew very well that she and they wanted to show value in the face of forces like Noxus. The man named Leylin in front of them is different from their previous boss Du Felder. Although her backstabbing words made Vegapunk and others look at each other coldly. But Stussy had to do it. Because in her opinion, if they cannot come up with value that satisfies the man in front of them, they will definitely die. Chapter 110. Gee ha 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 ha. You will be a woman who can see reality clearly. But is what you said true? Dr. Vegapunk and everyone, can you really accomplish what you said? Leylin, who was sitting on the sofa and looking at Stussy, smiled and said softly. Leylin knows the plot, but the people in front of him don't know these things. If you want to trade with him, how can you complete it if you don't come up with something practical? Leylin doesn't want to be the big enemy of the world government. Facing Leylin's eyes, which were like looking at toys, Stussy's eyes changed slightly, but he still turned to look at Vegapunk and others. Stussy is just a product of the Peace Research Institute, and it is not his turn to make decisions. Stussy went beyond Vegapunk and others and told Leylin about the Peace Research Institute's products, which was already a transgression. The only thing left to decide is Vegapunk and others. Stussy turned around and looked at Garpunk, 753 Judge, Courant, Quinn. There are many scientists at the Peace Research Institute, but only the few in front of me are the leaders. Of course, the one in charge among the people in front of Stussy is Vegapunk. After all, Vegapunk is the smartest. Our Peace Research Institute has always been committed to promoting world peace. So you. After looking at each other in silence for a long time, Vegapunk slowly walked to Stussy's side, looked at Leylin and spoke. However, his few words caused the expressions of Stussy beside him, Judge, Courant, Quinn and others behind him to change drastically. Vegapunk is a scientist, but he is also an idealistic person. Although Vegapunk is very smart, he is a little ignorant of the world. Just like in the original work, he was deceived by the world government for more than 10 years, and now he still holds on to the ridiculous dream of making the world peaceful. Although Vegapunk is ignorant of worldly affairs, he is full of idealism. But this is not the case for others, whether it is Bajan, Stussy, Judge, Kolang and other districts. Except for Vegapunk, all the other members of the Peace Research Institute know very well who Leylin is. Who is Leylin? Leylin is a werewolf who chopped off the arm of the Marine Admiral Zephyr, destroyed the 7 water capitals, defeated Buster Call led by marine hero Garp, landed in the New World, and conquered the great pirate Kaido. How could a werewolf like Leylin, who had such a vicious reputation, be such an easy person to get along with? Have you ever seen Golden Lion compromise with others? Or have you ever seen a giant dragon bow its head to an ant? Therefore, when Vegapunk was still planning to insist on his ridiculous idea to Leylin, everyone's expressions changed. Although Vegapunk is the smartest person at the Peace Research Institute, it does not mean that others should die together with Vegapunk. In this turbulent era, everyone knows the consequences of rejecting a big man like Leylin. Death may be the best option. Do you really think that this big-headed pirate is all a good-tempered person? If they were all so good-tempered, how could Crocodile have his arm cut off by Whitebeard, and how could he become famous for escaping from Whitebeard? That's because anyone who challenges the big pirate either dies or joins. Whether it is now or in the future. Pirates are not good-tempered people. The characters who can make a name for themselves in this turbulent world all crawled out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The research that Quinn, Courant, and I have now come to fruition. The Peace Research Institute will definitely live up to your expectations. Please also trust us. We will definitely give you a satisfactory result. Quinn and others' expressions changed greatly, and they immediately hugged Vegapunk. Judge covered Vegapunk's mouth and spoke respectfully to Leylin with a forced smile. No matter how arrogant he is in the future, he is just a young scientist at the Peace Research Institute now. 10 of them together can't beat one person. He. It seems that there is some disunity within your Peace Research Institute. Let him go. Looking at Judge and others who were covering Vegapunk like clowns with nervous expressions on their faces, Leylin spoke softly and playfully. Leylin naturally knows the ideals of Vegapunk, but Vegapunk's ideals seem a bit naive to Leylin. What Leylin wants is not an idealist, what Leylin wants is a practical person. After hearing Leylin's words, Judge and others looked at each other awkwardly and then silently let go of Vegapunk. None of the scientists here are stupid. Judge and others can feel Leylin's special attention to Vegapunk, and it can even be said that it is favored. Although they were still afraid that Vegapunk would make a shocking statement and kill them, they did not dare to disobey Leylin's order. Do you want peace? Peace? This world has never been at peace. Why do you think you can make the world peaceful? What do you rely on? Is it your weapons or your brain? Tell me, around. How do you rely on to make this world peaceful? The released Vegapunk was about to ask Leylin what he wanted to do if he caught them. Leylin's calm voice echoed throughout the venue. Noxus will not reject anyone of worth, so Leylin has to convince the man in front of him named Vegapunk. The man named Vegapunk in front of him has enough value and is worthy of Leylin's persuasion. Whatever the value, people will enjoy the treatment. Vegapunk, who had not yet finished speaking, was stunned by Leylin's long words. Vegapunk is not an idiot. What Leylin said made him speechless. The smarter the person, the easier it is for him to get into trouble. Leylin's words go straight to the core issue. What does Vegapunk do to make the world peaceful? This question is something that Vegapunk has been thinking about now. The Vegapunk of this era was just a scientist obsessed with research to benefit mankind. He is not a future scientist defecting from the world government. A dream, a lonely courage and passion, is the Vegapunk that is now going to see. Of course, Vegapunk is not an idiot, he can easily figure out this problem. However, Leylin didn't intend to give him time to think. Peace? What peace do you intend to enact? Is this what the world government calls justice? Is it peace that makes countless people willing to be played by the world's nobles? Or are you willing to let the common people be exploited and toyed with by the princes and nobles? Or are you asking countless people to wait and be killed by those jackals, tigers, and leopards for the sake of your so-called peace? Vegapunk. What do you mean by peace? Are all civilians left to die and be exploited by the world government, princes, and nobles? Or are you planning to ask those high-ranking princes and nobles to give up their rights in 1.8? Or do you plan to use love and peace to persuade those big pirates to lay down their weapons and then be executed by the world government? Ha 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 ha. Peace is the biggest joke in this troubled world. The so-called peace is nothing more than a balance between the interests of all parties. The world is rotten to the core, you know? Vegapunk. Looking at Vegapunk with twinkling eyes, Leylin said loudly with a ferocious smile. Leylin did not think about fooling Vegapunk in the past. Although he might be fooled for a while because of his ignorance of the world, with Vegapunk's wisdom, he could not be fooled forever. World government is such an organization that can fool people, didn't they fool Vegapunk? Leylin just used the nature of this world to tell Vegapunk that his dream was an extremely ridiculous joke. In this turbulent world, peace is just a joke. Chapter 111. Leylin's nakedly revealing words caused Vegapunk to fall into silence. It's not that Vegapunk doesn't know these things, nor has it ever thought about them. It's just that he doesn't know how to solve it yet. Vegapunk is not some brainless idiot. For smart people like Vegapunk, dreams are a process of constant revision. Vegapunk, it's just that I haven't figured out how to solve all this. It's not that he doesn't know what princes and nobles are, and it's not that he doesn't know the dark side of this world. It's just that this man with the most powerful brain in the world doesn't want to see those homeless people anymore, and he doesn't want to see those corpses everywhere. Inspirational Vegapunk wants to bring world peace, but he just hasn't figured out a way yet. You want to tell me that what you did was right? Or do you want to tell me that the world should be so chaotic? Or do you want to say that the ordinary people who were robbed by pirates and the civilians who died in the war are not important? The world is a mess, I don't deny it. But, just because of this, the world needs peace and change. After being silent for a while, Vegapunk looked into Leylin's eyes and spoke in a deep voice that was neither humble nor condescending. Vegapunk, who has a good brain, is not a piece of cake. Although Leylin has those problems, he doesn't have a solution yet. But Vegapunk is not like that. Leylin can fool him in just a few words. Vegapunk is neither humble nor arrogant and very tough, but these words he said made Judge Quinn and others break into cold sweat on their foreheads. Who do you think he is? Leylin is a big pirate with a bounty of over 2 billion. Who are you talking to? Judge Quinn and others all roared inwardly. Can they not panic? Their lives now depend on Vegapunk and Leylin. If there is no agreement, all of them will die together with Vegapunk? That's right. The world really needs to change. But, you don't have this power. No matter what you study, you are just a scientist. Any weapon is in the hands of people, but do you think you have the ability to lead everyone? Or do you think that with just one dream, countless people will follow you to death? You can't lead everyone to save the world. Change and reform are not a treat. These things cannot be changed with just a few words and a dream. The dirtiest thing in this world is people and humanity. Do you think you can carry everyone's dreams? Do you think you bring hope to everyone? Or do you think you have the power to change world government? Ha ha ha. It seems to me that you don't. You are just a scientist with a dream. You can't change this world. Looking at the impassioned Vegapunk in front of him, Leylin smiled. Leylin chuckled and commented on Vegapunk cruelly and realistically. Leylin said a lot of things before, just to make Vegapunk take the bait. As long as Vegapunk takes the bait, everything will be fine. Noxus welcomes anyone with dreams and values. Just as Leylin thought, his words silenced Vegapunk again. Vegapunk, who claims to have 500 years of wisdom ahead of the world, was once again silenced by Leylin's words. Although Leylin's words don't sound good, every word Lin says is true. It's just because it's true that Vegapunk, who has the world's largest brain, was defeated time and time again in front of Leylin. Sincerity is the eternal nirvana. Vegapunk has nothing to show for it now, and he doesn't have the strength to support his dream. Even the leaders of the Peace Research Institute don't understand, and he doesn't have the power to lead everyone. All the words Leylin just said left Vegapunk speechless. Because everything Leylin said was correct. At least, Vegapunk has nothing to say. Seeing Vegapunk being silenced again, Judge and the others' hearts went up in their throats. Because, they feel that the highlight is coming. Although Judge and others do not have Vegapunk's intelligence, it does not mean that they are idiots who can work with Vegapunk. Leylin said such a long story. Judge and others did not think that Leylin would talk so much nonsense to them for no reason. Then the only possibility is that Leylin, who favors Vegapunk, wants to conquer Vegapunk. And this will also determine their fate. No one is so naive as to think that they can get out alive if they reject Leylin, right? Life or death depends on Vegapunk's next choice. So, how can Judge and others not be nervous? You can't do it. But, Noxus did it. World government, those high-ranking kings and nobles, they use their hereditary authority and false reputation to make the world kneel down. They use that so-called status to play around with world domination. But, all this is ridiculous. Noxus wants everyone to stand up. Noxus wants everyone to kneel before the throne and those who are unwilling to sacrifice their lives to stand up. The brave man is angry and draws his blade towards the stronger one. The timid are angry, but they draw their swords at the weaker. As long as there is value and merit, Noxus will give justice and fairness to everyone. We want to build a world that no longer distinguishes high and low by blood. Everyone will rely on 017's own abilities to enjoy the treatment they deserve. Noxus will give everyone a job and make everyone valuable. It will also allow everyone to live for themselves. Noxus will lead everyone to cut off those ridiculous thrones and embrace true justice. Noxus will achieve true fairness in this world. Noxus will definitely bring this decayed world back to normal again. Noxus will bear everyone's unwillingness and everyone's dreams to change the world back to what it should be. Join Noxus. Vegapunk. The world needs us to change. Vegapunk. After watching Vegapunk being silenced by himself again, Leylin slowly stood up. After walking step by step in front of Vegapunk, Leylin looked down at the short man in front of him and spoke the will of Noxus in a deep voice. With the blessing of Leylin's conqueror's haki, Leylin's sonorous and powerful words resounded throughout the manor. Embrace the noble will of Noxus. Vegapunk. Leylin slowly extended his right hand to Vegapunk, his eyes full of determination. If Noxus wants to change the world, it needs countless people as valuable as Vegapunk. Chapter 112. Looking at the dissipating clouds in the sky, both Vegapunk and Judge had shocked looks in their eyes because of Leylin's words. What shocked Vegapunk and others was not the changes in the sky, but Leylin's surging ambition, and the conqueror's haki that made people want to surrender. Although Vegapunk and others have not met many conqueror's haki owners, they know very well what conqueror's haki represents. Although Leylin's impassioned words seemed full of arrogance, Vegapunk and others couldn't help but want to be convinced. Although they didn't know what Leylin had to rely on, he dared to say such arrogant words. But Leylin's will that penetrates the sky and his ambition to subvert the world made them unable to help but be shocked from the bottom of their hearts. There is nothing wrong with this world, and many people know it. However, the person who dares to stand up first is often the most admirable person. Pioneers in the darkness may not be able to see the final light. But the light ignited by the pioneers will surely shine on everyone. Leylin's will may seem extremely arrogant. But if there are no people with this kind of will, how can we change the world? Looking at the changing expressions of Vegapunk and others in front of him, Leylin's expression did not change at all. Leylin is not an easy person to get along with. After talking so much to Vegapunk and others, he had no intention of letting Vegapunk and others leave from the beginning. Regardless of whether Vegapunk and others recognize his will, they cannot leave here. Noxus is not a place where you can come and leave whenever you want. Joining voluntarily is naturally the best result. But if he doesn't want to do it voluntarily, he can still do it voluntarily. Boom! Bang 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 bang! While Leylin was waiting for Vegapunk's decision, a huge explosion suddenly sounded outside King's Heights. When Leylin heard the explosion, he, Vegapunk and others turned to look in the direction of the sound. As the highest point of Dressrosa, King's Heights, even standing here, Leylin and others can see the huge smoke rising from the port. Tisk. Dot. Mr. Leylin, we are the pirate alliance formed by Supernova Viper and Supernova 100 Blossoms. Mr. Porisalino, my hawk, Yin, and Big Bear have already passed. Just when Leylin looked towards the port, an arc of electricity slowly gathered around Leylin. Then Beckman walked out of the thunder and lightning, lowered his head slightly and reported to Leylin in a deep voice. As a Thunder Fruit user, Beckman is not only a thug, but also a radar for Noxus. As the Noxian stronghold, Dressrosa is now fully covered by Beckman's observation haki, 24 hours a day. Of course, where Leylin and the top officials lived, Beckman's knowledge did not cover it. It's not like Leylin and others can't feel Beckman's observation haki. The old rule is, join or die. The surrendered pirates, unless there are any talented ones, will all be thrown to the Dressrosa satellite island to reclaim land. Upon hearing that they were two supernovae, Leylin instantly lost interest. After casually saying something to Beckman, Leylin slowly turned around. What's so special about a supernova? In the New World, pirates with bounties worth over 100 million are everywhere. Not all supernovas are called Luffy. Supernovae, something that happens every year, are nothing new in the New World. With Leylin's celebrity status of more than 2 billion, how can these supernovas with a bounty of over 100 million count? Leylin cares more about Vegapunk than the supernova who has no brains and wants to challenge him to become famous. I see. Mr. Leylin. After hearing Leylin's instructions, Beckman, holding a smoking cigarette in his mouth, nodded slightly and responded respectfully. Don't look at it now that Beckman has Thunder Fruit, and his strength has become much stronger. But Beckman's respect for Leylin has not changed in any way. Tisk. After responding to Leylin, lightning flashed out of Beckman's body again, and he disappeared directly as if teleporting. Of course, Beckman is not a big bear, and Beckman doesn't know how to teleport. But Beckman, who has Thunder Fruit, is also one of the fastest. As this episode passed, the eyes of Vegapunk and others, who were once again looked at by Leylin, flickered. Of course, just like Vegapunk is the only one studying peace in the Peace Research Institute, now there are only 10 Vegapunks thinking about whether to join Noxus. Judge and others have no right to choose, and they know this. I hope you can do what you said today. I agreed. Vegapunk, who was being watched by Leylin, was silent for a long time before he slowly lowered his head and spoke to Leylin in a deep voice. Vegapunk is a genius, not an idiot. Although Vegapunk is a little less familiar with the world, this does not mean that Vegapunk does not understand the current situation. He may not have the right to choose anyway, so why bother saying those disgraceful words? He. You'll see. So, everyone. Just start your research. I need weapons and people now. After seeing Vegapunk agree, Leylin smiled and said. Although there is something in Vegapunk's words, it doesn't matter. The important thing is, Vegapunk said yes. As long as Vegapunk agrees, everything will be fine. 4 Seas, West Blue, Rokoram Sea area. Under the cover of night, huge warships appeared on the wide sea. The giant beasts lying on the sea, like sharks smelling blood, are heading towards a brightly lit island. The leader of the Nobel Party, Mahor, is up there, right? If he hadn't said you might have to sleep in the sea. In this huge fleet, there is a warship flying the marine flag. A man with a burly body like a gorilla, wearing a tight yellow striped suit, and a big bald head said with a ferocious smile to a man kneeling on the ground in front of him. The man kneeling in front of this bald man is wearing the same marine justice coat as many people around him, and this man is also a vice admiral because of the epaulets on his coat. Although his epaulets are in the style of a branch vice admiral, he is indeed a marine vice admiral. And this marine, who could be called a big shot in any sea area in the world, was kneeling in front of a bald man with a face full of fear. Exist. He must be there. He told me 2 days ago that he had a batch of goods to be sent to New World. He must be on Rokoram Island. Please, please let go of my wife and children. Please. Hwangya Admiral. The bald man's words made the Marine Vice Admiral in front of him bang his head on the ground like garlic. The Vice Admiral, who kept kowtowing to the bald head in front of him, kept speaking eagerly. He. Hope that's the case. Looking at the man with a rough head in front of him, the bald man known as Hwangji Admiral, he smiled and spoke word by word. Chapter 113. New World. The Fishmen Island. The Fishmen Island, located 10,000 meters deep in the sea, is the entrance for most pirates to enter the New World. Because of its unique geographical location, the beauty of mermaids and the ugliness of fishmen, the Fishmen Island has always been subject to various plunders and discriminations. Although the Fishmen Island is also one of the participating countries of world government has not helped the Fishmen Island's situation. The reason is also very simple, that is, the biggest buyers of mermaids and fishmen slaves are the world's nobles, celestial dragons, and the kings of the participating countries under the world government. The Fishmen Island, which is not my species, is undoubtedly at the bottom of the world government system. The world government will not make changes for a group of lowly fishmen and mermaids. The situation on the Fishmen Island is the result of the times, as well as the human heart and human nature. It is also because of this that when the benefits are sufficient, even the 10,000 meter deep sea cannot stop countless desperados who are increasingly driven by profit. The high price of mermaids has also become a reason to attract countless people to the Fishmen Island. Today, the situation on the Fishmen Island has changed. Boom. Bang 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 bang. Swish swish swish. Boom 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 boom. Wow. 057. At the entrance of the Fishmen Island, in the deep sea channel, 5 black warships were arranged in front, 2 and 3 behind, firing mercilessly at the other ships in the channel. Cannonballs filled with flames and huge smoke continuously broke out of the bubble film, streaking across the sea water and tearing apart the bubble films of other ships. Those ships that were hit by cannonballs and whose bubble membranes were shattered were constantly submerged and torn apart by the incoming sea water. Entering the channel of the Fishmen Island, there were ship fragments and human beings struggling in the water everywhere. And this messy scene did not affect the 5 black warships flying the Noxian flag. The black battleship with the Noxian flag continued to crush the ships in front of it like an unstoppable force, and rushed into the Fishmen Island powerfully and domineeringly. Bang, 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 bang. When 5 black warships followed the current and rushed into the port of the Fishmen Island, the bubble wrap on the hulls of the 5 black warships shattered into dots of starlight and dissipated on the sea surface. Whoa whoa whoa! When the 5 warships docked slightly at the port, under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes at the port, the gangways on the black warships began to be lowered. Countless Noxian members wearing black tunic suits and holding knives or firearms, led by officers at all levels, quickly began to land. These Noxian crews, under the watchful eyes of countless people, established a defensive position at the port of the Fishmen Island. Countless firearms with cold light were pointed indifferently at the crowd in the port. These Noxian soldiers exuded a cold aura, as if they were about to commit murder at any time. Pa, 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 pa. Who are you? This is the Fishmen Island. The Noxian soldiers had just established a defensive position on the Fishmen Island. Countless noisy footsteps sounded from inside the Fishmen Island. Immediately afterwards, a team composed of various fishmen and wearing armor rushed out from behind the crowd at the port. Looking at the Noxian soldiers pointing their weapons in their direction, the leader, a blue-skinned murloc, roared loudly. But in response to this person who was a shark like Kuruk, there was only deathly silence. Faced with the question from this ugly-looking murloc, no one from the Noxian soldiers responded. The soldiers, who had the Noxian symbol hanging on their backs, looked at the armed murlocs in front of them in silence and with cold eyes. Noxian cotters of level 5 or above can dress according to their own likes and dislikes. Members of Noxus below level 5 must wear Huxia tunic suits. All soldiers in Noxus are trained according to the requirements of the laws and regulations. Life is life, and once in combat, Noxian soldiers will become emotionless killing machines. It is also because of Noxus' strict system and Noxus' merit system that at this time, the Noxian soldiers, CBFC, looked as cold as executioners. Because in the eyes of these Noxian soldiers, all enemies will be the cornerstone of their rise to power. Facing the Noxian soldiers who were watching them indifferently, the Fishmen Island soldiers who arrived later looked ugly in their eyes. All the soldiers on the Fishmen Island clenched their weapons. The gradually quiet and silent port of the Fishmen Island began to become tense. Although the situation on the Fishmen Island is in chaos all year round. But for so many years, no one has dared to enter the Fishmen Island so blindly and arrogantly. Harlock, what's wrong? Yes. This is. Just when the situation at the port began to become tense, a tall figure, leading a group of strange-looking fishmen and mermaids, squeezed out of the crowd. When this tall male mermaid came to the Fishmen Island soldiers. Just when the mermaid was about to ask the leading murloc about the current situation, the male mermaid saw the flag on the battleship. The male mermaid recognized the flags flying on the black warships with wreckage and corpses everywhere on the sea behind them. Your Majesty Neptune! Stand at attention! Line up! The fishman who was the leader of the fishman soldiers was just about to report something to the tall mermaid beside him. Loud voices began to ring out from the originally quiet Noxian team. Immediately afterwards, the black team, which was like sea water, began to split into two, splitting into a passage leading directly to the dock. At the end of this passage, 3 tall figures, 1 large, 2 small, appeared. When he saw these 3 figures, Neptune, who was wearing the crown, suddenly turned ugly. The great pirate Kaido of the beasts. Big pirate blood shark Gulok. They are Noxus who recently destroyed countless countries in the first half of the New World. Is the Fishmen Island going to be destroyed? Is Noxus going to war? This is a member country of world government. Is the end coming? Gee ha 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 ha. Big Pirate Kaido and Big Pirate Kuruk. Their heads belong to Laozi. Before Neptune could say anything, countless voices broke out from the crowd of people watching behind the Fishmen Island soldiers. Some recognized the identity of the Noxian flag and Kaido, and panicked. There are also people who are afraid of Noxus coming to the Fishmen Island. But there are also supernovas who have recently joined the New World, cannot see themselves clearly, and plan to become famous in one battle. However, no matter what these people thought, fear began to spread among the crowd of people watching. Even some timid people were so panicked that they turned around and ran away. The appearance of the 3 Kaidos caused the port to fall into chaos. Chapter 114. West Blue Rokoram Island. Rokoram Island is a black island ruled by the Nobel Party. After this island called Rokoram was occupied by the nomads. This originally barren island in West Blue has suddenly become the most prosperous island in West Blue. On this island protected by the great pirate Leylin, as long as you have money, you can enjoy everything you want. Whether it is the princess of West Blue, the noble lady, or the female marine of Marine. Whether it is the prince of West Blue, the knight, or the handsome male marine. Whether it's gambling, drugs, or other weird desires. As long as you have money, you can enjoy everything on this island. Whether it's beauty or pervert desires, this island can satisfy you. However, this island, which became the most prosperous island in West Blue under the rule of Noxus, ushered in destruction today. Under night, Rokoram Island, with the Noxian flag flying high, was brightly lit. Well, this brightly lit means that the entire Rokoram Island is lit up by countless blazing fires. Pang! Tisk. Ah. Go to hell. Marine. Noxus will rise. Boom 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 boom. For justice, kill these criminals. On the brightly lit Rokoram Island, shouts of death, bullets whistling, explosions, and fighting sounds are endless. On the Rokoram Island shrouded in night, it was like Shura hell and there were cruel killings everywhere. Countless Marines in white uniforms were constantly fighting with Nostalgia members in black Mao suits in every corner of Rokoram Island. Even though the members of the Nobel Hand were retreating steadily under Marines' attack, no one backed down. Under the rule of Noxus, these gangs, who originally lived as humble as rats in the West Blue underground world, are now constantly launching fatal attacks on Marine. Even though they knew they had no hope of victory, they all rushed towards Marine without fear of death. They crawled out from the dark underground world, unwilling to live the same life again, nor to become prisoners of Marine. They came out of the underground world and risked their lives to find a future for their families. They know that their sacrifice will not be meaningless. They know that Noxus will avenge them and Noxus will take good care of their families. And this is also the understanding that Leylin instilled in the following. It was also under this belief that these originally weak gangsters now rushed towards Marine one by one with the belief that they would die. It's not that they are not afraid of death, it's that they have Fengjia. They have to use their lives to fight for a future for their families. They once had no hope, and they did not want their children and family to follow in their footsteps. The loud shouts of death and screams intertwined into a song under the night. The iron-blooded will of Noxus has been continuously influencing these members of Noxus from the beginning. No matter how lowly their status, Noxus gave them a dignity they had never had before. A kind of human dignity. A kind of dignity that can have hope. Rokoram Island, back coast. Mr. Mahor. R. Mahor, who was guarded by a dozen big men in black suits, was taken to a small boat parked on the beach. But just when everyone came to the small boat that could escape Rokoram Island, Mahor stopped. Seeing Mahor stop, the bald Carlo, who had almost turned on Mahor after clearing out the opponents because Mahor decided to defect to Noxus, yelled excitedly at Mahor. Although Carlo didn't know why Mahor stopped, now is not the time to joke. The fall of Rokoram Island is inevitable. The Marines who suddenly attacked Rokoram Island are not something they can resist. Marine could appear here at any time, they don't have time to wait. Here are 13 devil fruits. I don't know what specific fruits they are. Che, Carlo, take it with you and go to New World to find Mr. Leylin. Facing the excited Carlo, Mahor not only did not move, but instead handed a black backpack he was carrying to Carlo and Che beside him, and said solemnly. When Mahor saw this small boat that could only carry a few people, Mahor was not going to run away. As the head of Noxus West Blue, Mahor intends to stay here. Jur, I want to give Jawang to someone else. In Mahor's view, Carlo and Chibi in front of him were bloated and he was more suitable to leave here. What? Mahor. This is an order. F. 1. You take these things and leave here immediately. You are still young and you still have hope. You should not be buried here. Mahor's words stunned Carlo and others in front of him. But soon, Carlo, who had a ferocious expression on his face, yelled at Mahor. But before Carlo finished speaking, he was interrupted by Mahor's louder voice. Mr. Mahor, but... Roll. Go to New World and find Mr. Leylin. You must bear the hopes of all those who died here today and work hard to survive. Let's see the future world on our behalf. Carl, Gilma. Let's go. Leave hope to the young. As an orphan raised by Mahor, Toru, who had never questioned or hesitated about Mahor's orders, hesitated and even opposed Mahor's orders for the first time. But how could Mahor, who had made the decision, give Toru a chance to speak? Mahor, who yelled at Che and Carlo, threw the backpack in front of them, then turned around and walked directly to Rokoram Island, where the flames were blazing into the sky. Please give me flowers. Mijur, it's not that you're not afraid of death, but there are some things that are more important than death. Although Mijur knew that with Leylin's courage, West Blue's failure this time would not affect him. But Mahor also knows how difficult it is to go from West Blue to the New World alive. And Mijur also knew that if he wanted to get on the ship because of his bloated figure, there would undoubtedly be several people who would not be able to get on the ship. And Mijur also knew that if he wanted to get on the ship without much strength, there would undoubtedly be casualties in order to protect him along the way. The most important thing is that if Marine doesn't find him, Mahor feels that Marine will not give up on capturing them. Therefore, instead of letting your bad life continue to implicate other people, it is better to exchange your own life for the hope of young people. As the former godfather of West Blue, Mahor has never been a timid person. As long as the value is enough, anything, including his orders, can be exchanged. 0. Mr. Mijur, offended. Bang! Bang! Looking at Mijur, who was walking firmly towards the flaming Rokoram island step by step, Carlo and Che gritted their teeth and then rushed towards Mijur. They don't want Mijur to die here. They feel that Mijur is worth more than their lives. But before the two of them rushed to Mijur's side, a middle-aged man appeared in front of them. The merciless middle-aged man knocked Carlo and Che over with 2 punches. Mr. Haku! Get out of the way! In what's the dog barking? You 2 little brats! The mafia is not ready to sacrifice you 2 young men. We old guys are not dead yet. Get out! Go to the sea and try to live with our hope. Brats! Looking at the middle-aged man standing in front of them, Carlo and Che yelled with excitement in their eyes. But in the face of the 2 barking, the middle-aged man named Haku laughed disdainfully. Ha 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 ha! That's right. When Lao Zi killed people, you 2 brats were not even born. It's not the mafia's turn for you 2 to be heroes. Brat! After Haku's words fell, there was a burst of laughter and ridicule. But these people who made the noise were without exception mafia veterans over 40 years old. Wearing black fuchsia tunic suits, they faced the 20-somethings and teenagers in front of them and shouted disdain with a smile. After saying that, these tall middle-aged people all turned around with evil smiles and followed Mijur, heading towards Rokoram Island. It's not that they don't want to die, it's that they, like Mijur, choose to give their hope of survival to these young people. Although they are gangsters who are called criminals by the world, they are also human beings. Chapter 115. Crash. After the figures of Mijur and others slowly disappeared into the night, Che, whose eyes were full of pain, fell to the ground helplessly. Carlo, who had experienced the death of his family members, picked up the backpack on the ground, pulled up Toru, and then shouted loudly to the people around him. Now is not the time to be sentimental. Although Carlo is also very sad, the best reward they can give Mijur and others now is not to live up to this hope. Marine may appear at any time and they need to run. They must carry on the friendship of Mijur and others and work hard to survive. Only by living can they avenge all those who died today. Carlo, who was holding Che, and the other 4 young men and women, gritted their teeth and boarded the boat, and then left Rokoram Island. After tonight, Rokoram Island may be destroyed by 623, but they will work hard to survive with the hope of everyone on Rokoram Island. New World Dressrosa Island. A sample of Whitebeard? Tisk tisk tisk. They are really a group of mad scientists. Porisalino, a tall man in a yellow suit, stood beside Leylin, looking at the crowd behind the glass, and murmured something unknown. After Vegapunk agreed to join Noxus, Leylin built a research institute for Vegapunk and others directly underground in the King's Heights with a wave of his hand. The sample that Porisalino was talking about was a sample that B.A. Jin, a former Rock's pirate member, provided to Vegapunk in order to survive. Leylin is not a soft-hearted person. The Institute of Peace is of great importance, and Leylin cannot let some untrustworthy people know this secret. So, Leylin killed all the security guards at the Peace Institute. The only people who knew about the Peace Research Institute were De Felt and Noxus. And it is for this reason that B.A. Jin, who claims to be a scientist but is actually a freeloader, provides Vegapunk with samples from Rock's crew members such as Whitebeard, Charlotte Leylin, and Golden Lion, in exchange for hope of living. Leylin also complied with Bajin's request. After Bajin took out all the samples, Bajin had his limbs chopped off and was thrown into the dungeon to become Moria's neighbor. Leylin doesn't believe in people like B.A. Jin. Therefore, she had no choice but to stay with Moria. However, the material did not kill her, right? The Noxian Research Department will be under your care from now on, Pora Salino. The research department's current priority research is Vegapunk's cloning work on Edward Newgate, Charlotte Leylin, Shiki, Akoku, John, Silver Axe, and others. Next is the research on 3 anti-personnel weapons by Quinn and Judge and the research on Courant's artificial devil fruit. All their reasonable requests can be met. But they cannot leave the vicinity of Dressrosa for the time being. Rouge, Orbia, you two are leading the King's Highland Maid Guards to assist Pora Salino. Leylin, who heard Pora Salino murmuring to himself, smiled casually and then spoke seriously to the people around him word by word. As an ambitious person, Leylin can't wait to see the cloned Whitebeard and others. Don't talk about glory or disgrace, the process is not important, what is important is the result. As long as you can win, nothing matters. No. Okay. After hearing Leylin's order, Pora Salino and Rouge, who was holding Albia, both agreed softly. What is worth mentioning here is that after Rouge and Albia continued to sharpen their guns, Leylin also trusted them. Although Leylin still doesn't know why these two women have changed, Leylin is temporarily relieved of them. For this reason, some important departments such as King's Heights and the Academy were also put in charge of 2 people by Leylin. Brew 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 brew. At this moment, Fulin suddenly heard the voice of a phone bug. Leylin, who was originally looking at the work in the research department, narrowed his eyes slightly. There are not many people who can directly contact Leylin, and those who can directly contact Leylin are all high-level officials of Noxus. And anyone who can contact Noxus will not be a snake spirit. Therefore, there are only 2 possibilities left to contact him at night. Either something happened, or something went wrong. The former is a serious matter, the latter is a happy event. I'm Leylin. Leylin took out the phone bug from his body and looked at the phone bug with the word West Blue written on it, and his bad premonition grew. Leylin, who answered the phone without any explanation, spoke in a deep voice. Although he doesn't know what happened to West Blue, I'm afraid it won't be a trivial matter for that man Mijur to contact him at this time. West Blue St. Rome Island. I'm Leylin. As Mahor watched Taru, Carlo, and others leave Rokoram Island, Leylin's voice rang out from the phone bug in his hand. Although Mijur no longer has any hope of leaving here alive, he still has to report to Leylin. So, after watching Taru, Carlo, and others leave, Mijur called Leylin's phone number. Mr. Leylin, this is Mahor. Call. I have failed you, and I may not be able to repay your kindness. Under the leadership of Marine Admiral Huangji, Marine launched an attack on Rokoram Island tonight. The island of Rokoram has fallen. And all West Blue departments may also be destroyed by Marine. It happened suddenly, I'm very sorry, Mr. Leylin. Mijur withdrew his gaze and spoke hoarsely to the phone bug in front of him. Mijur, who had decided to stay, had a bit of relief, a bit of unwillingness, and a bit of determination in his tone. Although he knew that if he stayed, he would be waiting for death, but in order to leave hope and seeds behind, Mijur gave up the escaping boat. Mijur's words silenced Leylin on the other side of the phone. Mijur didn't know what Leylin was thinking on the other side, but it didn't matter anymore. He is going to die soon, and he is going to leave this rotten world. As for Leylin's thoughts, Mijur, who is now waiting to die, no longer cares. Have you made a decision on 1.5? After a long silence, the phone in front of Mijur rang again with Leylin's deep voice. Although Mahor didn't explain everything, Leylin guessed something. So guessing that Mijur might decide to stay in Leylin on Rokoram Island, Tuan Hui said this. Amir Island was destroyed, but Leylin didn't care. Even if the enclave of West Blue fell, Leylin didn't care. A mere failure will not make Meiyuan give up. In Leylin's opinion, Mahor is more important than everything above. Therefore, after hearing what Mahor said, Leylin felt a little regretful. Leylin had originally decided to drag Meiyur to the New World after Noxus territory was expanded, and then let Meiyur take charge of the underground world. But now it seems that everything is too late. Chapter 116. Feel sorry. Puff. Just when Meiyur was about to answer Leylin's words, Haku, who was standing not far in front of Meiyur and close to a forest, was suddenly shrouded in a black shadow. Before Haku could react, the tall Haku was torn in half by the black shadow like a rag doll. Bang 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 bang. Bang. Kang. This sudden change caused the other mafia elders around Meiyur to subconsciously attack the black shadow with focused eyes. Bullets engulfed in flames, blades piercing the night sky, a bunch of attacks instantly fell on the black shadow that tore Haku apart. However, the attacks of these mafia elders could not even make this black shadow take a step back. Apart from the harsh sound of metal collisions under the dark night, these intensive attacks had no other effect. Seeing that their attacks had no effect, the eyes of these mafia veterans suddenly turned ugly. They realize who is here. But it was already too late. Are you going to leave after beating Lao Zi? Who do you think Lao Zi is? Trash. QG. Puff. Just when the mafia elders were stunned and even retreated subconsciously because of the failed attack, the tall figure in front of them made a hoarse voice. Then a yellow light flashed across the dark night sky. There was no surprise, after the yellow light flashed by. These mafia elders slowly fell to the ground like puppets whose lines had been pulled out. And at this time, with the help of the flickering firelight, Juyu could clearly see the face of this figure. A man wearing a yellow striped suit, with a big bald head and a burly body like a violent bear. Marine Admiral, Huang Zhimiaoke. Looking at the strong man not far away, Meiyur gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. Although Meijul's active area has always been West Blue. But Mahor still knew this big shot who was active in the newspaper. Marine Admiral Huang Zhimiaoke also became the werewolf of Marine Admiral through world conscription. Oh? Didn't expect you knew me? Should I say that he is worthy of being the spokesperson of Leylin in West Blue? Jack Rose Mahor. After hearing Meiyur calling his name, Huang Ji slowly raised his bald head, with a cruel smile on his face, and said with a ferocious smile to Meiyur every word. Huang Ji smiled ferociously, and his calm words were filled with the disgusting smell of blood. Looking at Meiyur in front of him, the bad excitement in Huang Ji's eyes became more and more obvious. It was as if Meiyur, who was just a nobody in front of him, was an exciting treasure of gold and silver. But this is indeed the case. After the world government issued that order, Huang Ji and Anhu could not agree with the order, although they did not directly disobey the world government's order. But it is impossible for them to carry out such an order. Therefore, after leaving Marine Marshal's office angrily, Huang Ji and Anhu began to thoroughly clean the first half of the Grand Line, and the other went directly to West Blue. Although Marine's intelligence system cannot compare with CP, never underestimate Marine's intelligence system. In Marine's intelligence system, Jack Ross Major, Leylin's spokesperson for West Blue, is listed. And Huang Ji's purpose of traveling thousands of miles to West Blue is also for you, Meiju. In the eyes of Huang Ji and Anhu, those trash pirates are a bunch of face-saving bastards. Therefore, they plan to kill the spokespersons of these garbage people all over the world and in the first half of the game, in order to anger those guys and take revenge on them. If they come, the thoughts are dark and childish. They can go to war with these pirates without violating the orders of the world government. And they can also use these garbage pirates to force the world government. The fundamentals of world government are all over the world and the first half of the Grand Line. In the eyes of Huangji and Anhu, as long as the fundamentals of the world government are threatened, the world government will not turn a blind eye. And this is their purpose. Of course, if these trash people don't dare to come, Yuanzi, Anhu and the others really have nothing to do with these people. But there is no other way, they can use this to further humiliate these trash. Although you can't kill these pirates directly, you can still let them breathe a sigh of relief, right? So, Huangji came to West Blue, and he came to find Major. Of course, Major and Noxus behind Major are just the beginning. For Huangji and Anhu, who believe in absolute justice, a mere Noxus cannot satisfy their appetites. After finishing dealing with Major, they will also take action against the forces of the New World's great pirates in the Four Seas and the first half of the Grand Line, including Beard, Golden Lion, Zonglot Leylin, etc. Although these things may seem crazy, to the hardline marine, it doesn't matter. They are not afraid of these pirates coming together, they are afraid that these pirates dare not come. Huangji miao, right? I'm Leylin. Just as Huangji finished speaking, Leylin's hoarse voice rang out from the phone in Major's hand. Sure enough, it was as expected. After hearing the sound of the phone bug in Major's hand, Huangji looked at the phone bug. Tisk tisk tisk. It looks like there is an unexpected bonus. Am I right? Lord Commander of Noxus, Mr. Douglas Leylin. After hearing Leylin's voice, Huangji's eyes became more and more excited, and he said with a sinister smile. Major was on the phone with Leylin, which Huangji didn't expect. However, it doesn't matter. Huangji, whose purpose is Leylin and Noxus, will not care about such small details. As long as he can anger Leylin and let this trash come to the first half, then he has paid his dues. How about giving me some face and letting Major go? After hearing Huangji's words, Leylin was silent for a while and then said in a deep voice. Although Leylin heard the bad 413 in Huangji's tone, he had to bow his head under the eaves. If you can keep a capable subordinate like Major, a little bit of face won't mean anything. Major, who worked hard in West Blue and developed a good situation, made Swollen think highly of him. Although the most indispensable thing in this world is people, it is not so easy to find an obedient and capable subordinate. Although Leylin also knew that Huangji, who had traveled thousands of miles to attack Major, would probably not stop there. However, if you try it, you won't lose a piece of meat. Undoubtedly, Huangji is as trouble-conscious as the original Kizaru. However, Leylin's request, just like Leylin's own thoughts, was of no use. Ha 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 ha. Do you want to laugh me to death? Douglas Leylin. Don't you want to keep him? Just call me daddy and I will let him go. Upon hearing Leylin's request, Huangya laughed mercilessly and mocked Leylin as if she had heard a funny joke. As a hawk who advocates the extermination of pirates, Huangji will not make any deals with pirates. Chapter 117. It didn't live up to your expectations. I'm so sorry, Mr. Leylin. However, I, Major, do not regret following you. Go to hell. Marine. As soon as Huangji finished speaking those extremely cruel words, Major's furious voice rang through the phone bug. Then a huge explosion sounded from the phone bug, and then the phone bug lost all its sounds. Looking at the dormant phone bug in front of him, Leylin's gloomy eyes became colder. The dangerous aura exuding from Leylin made Porisalino, Rouge, Albia, and even Vegapunk in the Research Institute look at the minefield in silence. Leylin, with a gloomy face and violent eyes, looked to everyone like a volcano that could erupt at any time, full of depression and terror. The time between Major and Leylin is not short. In addition to Porisalino and others, Mahor, who risked everything to join Noxus in O'Hara, is considered an old man in Noxus. Although Major's personal strength is not strong, Major has made a huge contribution to the reconstruction of Noxus O'Hara. Most of the current low and middle level cotters in Noxus are from the West Blue Mafia provided by Mayhor. And just such an old man from Noxus, a guy who knew the current affairs, died in West Blue. Leylin's promise to take him to see the world has not yet been fulfilled. Mayhor can be regarded as the second big cotter to die since the establishment of Noxus. The last big cotter to die was Monarch, who died in the 7 water capitals. Moreover, Monarch also died at the hands of Marine. Old and new grudges made Leylin's mood gradually become violent. Inform Bullet, Kaido. Expansion paused, everyone gathered at Dressrosa. Under everyone's gaze, Leylin spoke in a deep voice after being silent for a long time. Although Leylin was angry now, the anger did not make Leylin lose his cool. Revenge, definitely revenge on Marine. Even if Noxus doesn't have the strength to start a full-scale war with Marine yet, revenge will definitely be taken. Revenge against Marine is not only to calm Leylin's inner anger, but also to further stabilize internal means. After all the cotters under his command have been killed. If Leylin doesn't do something, how will the world see him? What do these people think of him? Perhaps, doing so will not be of great benefit to the development of Noxus, and may even cause Noxus to suffer great losses. However, if people's hearts are broken, the team will not be able to cause trouble. If Leylin doesn't take revenge on Marine, then everything he said before will be like a joke. Moreover, if Leylin does not respond, then Marine, world government, and other big pirates will regard him as a weak person. And in this way, it would be difficult for anyone to take the initiative to join Noxus. After all, no one wants their boss to be a spineless waste. Okay. After hearing Leylin's words, Rouge realized what Leylin was going to do and responded softly. Although as the Minister of Finance of Noxus, Rouge knew that doing so would cause Noxus to suffer huge losses. However, Rouge will not have any doubts about Leylin's decision. Boom! Just when Rouge agreed and was about to turn around and leave, a huge explosion sounded above Leylin and others, and the ground beneath everyone's feet began to tremble crazily. This made Leylin and others, who were already in a bad mood, look even more ugly. Want? Garp attacked us with 3 warships. Mr. Leylin. Almost immediately after the shock occurred, Beckman appeared behind Leylin and others. Beckman, who still didn't know that Mayhor was dead, lowered his head and reported to Leylin with a gloomy face. Beckman's words stunned Leylin and others. Even the Buddhist Porisalino's expression became weird at this time. What is this? If you say CAO, CAO will arrive? Or is it not that enemies never get together? However, Beckman's words also made Leylin slowly reveal a ferocious smile. Never mind why Garp suddenly attacked them. Now that Garp is here, don't leave. Polosalino, you take Beckman, my hawk, Big Bear, Crow, and Yin to assemble the Noxian garrison and surveillance forces. Rouge, you go find Jun and let the Rougeloyo people hide in the air raid shelters. Now that Garp is here, take his head to pay homage to Monarch and Meiju. Leylin turned around slowly and gave the order with a grin. Although the 1st and 2nd legions of Noxus are not in Dressrosa, this does not mean that Dressrosa is weak. Even the strength of Dressrosa's headquarters is enough to compete with Marine's Buster Call fleet. Things are different now. Noxus is no longer the Noxus that was crippled by Garp. Good. Understood. After hearing Leylin's order, everyone except Beckman responded in a deep voice. When Beckman heard the news of Mayhor's death, he showed a blank look in his eyes for the first time. As the brainchild of the original Red Hair Pirates, Beckman, even though he is still very young, still has a much stronger mentality than the average person. But even so, Beckman's mind went blank after hearing the news of Mejuor's death. New World, the Fishmen Island. Kaido, Kuruk, and Tom, who didn't know that their home was about to be stolen, walked up to the tall Neptune one after the other. Looking at Neptune in front of him, who was taller than his human form, the cruel smile on Kaido's face grew stronger. As a war maniac, Kaido joined Noxus and found himself adapting to and liking the life in Noxus. Although Leylin asked them to ask the other party whether to surrender first, it had to be said that Noxus, who was attacking cities and territories everywhere, still had a strong appetite for Kaido. Although Kaido has not given up the idea of becoming stronger and defeating Leylin, he will not disobey Leylin's orders until he has enough strength. Just like the situation of Rock's pirate Golden Lion and other cotters back then. In the face of insufficient strength, even if they are ambitious and powerful, they are just cotters of rocks, nothing more. You are fishmen, so I'll leave it to you. No money is good. Kaido, who was carrying the mace, took a look at Neptune, and spoke in a hunting voice before Neptune could speak. After saying that, Kaido sat cross-legged on the ground. Although Kaido seems to be a psychopath, it does not mean that Kaido is a fool. Most of these big cotters in Noxus can still recognize them. Whether it's the powerful Bullet and others, or the weaker Tom and others, Kaido recognizes them all. Kaido also agrees with Noxus' statement that as long as he has value, he can gain status. Therefore, Kaido, who thinks he can become the king of Noxus in the future, is still willing to sell Kuruk and Tom to save face.